Good morning, everyone. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:02 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning ASL interpretation, as well as Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be made available at our website, www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. The meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted at the michigan.gov/MICRC website, as well as written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching and the public record, I will now turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending the meeting remotely. And unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village, and the state from which you're attending the meeting remotely. I will begin alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present, attending remotely from Mexico.
Commissioner We'll come back to her.
I'm here.
Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present and attending
Commissioner
temporarily
Lang.
remotely from Detroit. Oh.
Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Osceola County, Michigan.
Mm-hmm. You want to start from the beginning? Okay.
Lost an hour this morning, so. Trying to get it figured out.
But they weren't here to let you in.
No. We got in today. Is that my USB? Check. 1 2 1 2. Do you mind turning your volume on quick just for a second? Check. You should be able to hear me. Yep. Check. Someone online, could you uh
You hear me?
I hear you, yes.
Okay, good.
Thank-
I guess that's what they wanted.
Thank you. We're still having issues with the sound in our room. We can hear you through Zoom. We just cannot hear you in the room. So bear with us just another minute while AV works it out.
Okay, thank you.
Give us one moment, folks. We're working on some technical difficulties. Sorry for the delay.
Could we get one more test online, please?
Can you hear me? You wanted to test?
Thank you, Richard. We are able to hear you guys in the room now, so I think we are going to restart roll call so that we have an accurate record. I appreciate everyone's patience. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. For the public watching and the public record, I will now turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin from the beginning alphabetically. Commissioner Andrade,
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present, attending remotely from Mexico.
Commissioner Curry,
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Ede,
Present.
Commissioner Kellum,
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Lang,
Present attending from Osceola County, Michigan.
Commissioner Letts,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella, Commissioner Villette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Eaton Township.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, you have 12 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Department of State.
You're welcome.
We will now move to adopt the agenda. As a reminder for the public watching, you can view today's agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I'll now entertain a motion to approve today's meeting agenda. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss to approve today's agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it and the agenda is adopted. Without objection, I will now ask MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods III to present the purpose of today's public hearing. Is there any objection, commissioners? Seeing none, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Ede. I want to welcome everyone to the Pearls Event Center. We're very happy to be in Oakland County to hear directly from citizens with regards to assisting the commission on how to draw the maps, the reconfiguration of the maps for the state Senate district. I want to express appreciation to Pearls Event Center, Culturate Public Relations, and McConnell Communications, Chase Creative, our AV team, and our volunteers who are assisting us with regards to the sign up. Just a little bit of the history. In 2018, Michigan voters passed Proposal 2, a ballot initiative for voters and not legislators to take responsibility for nonpartisan redistricting, and created the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. It's comprised of 13 randomly selected Michigan residents That includes 4 who affiliates with the Democrats, 5 who don't affiliate with either the Democrats or the Republicans, and 4 who affiliate with the Republicans. The MICRC is responsible for redistricting the U.S. congressional, Michigan House, and Michigan Senate districts. The 7 ranked redistricting criteria goes as follows, and just want to be clear, under the previous standards, they were called APOL standards, and they usually followed city, township, and county boundaries. But this commission was charged to do it following the 7 ranked redistricting criteria as outlined in the Constitution, and it goes as follows. Equal population in the Voting Rights Act, geographically contiguous, reflect states' diversity and communities of interest, no disproportionate advantage to any political party, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries, and then number 7, be reasonably compact. The U.S. District Court of Western Michigan found that the commission drew maps that focused on race in violation of the 14th Amendment, which is known as the Equal Protection Clause, and disenfranchised Black voters. There was no finding regarding the Voting Rights Act. The court ordered the commission to reconfigure state Senate districts 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, and 11, not focus on race. Why should you care about redistricting? Redistricting is your chance to make sure your voice and your community's voice is heard and represented. Redistricting can keep your community together. Redistricting will help make sure your elected officials reflect your values on important issues such as healthcare, education, public safety, and justice. Why we are here. We want to hear directly from you, those of you that live in the community where these districts are being impacted. Who better knows your community than those that live right there in your community? We want to understand your community of interest, whether it's a neighborhood, whether it's a cultural characteristic or an economic interest. We want to understand and glean that information from you. We want to learn from your feedback on how to draw the state Senate district in compliance with the court order and the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Public comment guidelines. You have up to 3 minutes to address the commission in the first round of public comment, and an additional 2 minutes in the second round of public comment. You address the commission as a whole and not an individual member. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission, may be requested to leave the microphone. If any person disrupts the orderly progress of a meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and or order their removal from the meeting. We want to thank you in advance for complying with these guidelines because we have had a success rate of 100% and seeing that, and we believe that will continue today. Show up, speak up. We want to encourage you to like us or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, or TikTok at Redistricting MI. You can subscribe to the MICRC YouTube channel. You can submit public or mapping comments at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. And if you have any questions, you can call us on our toll-free number, 1-866-MAP-FAIR. That's 1-866-627-3247 for questions or more information. Thank you so much for listening, and we look forward to your public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. We will now move on to the public comment portion of today's meeting. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public comment to the commission will now be allowed. We will start with the live public comment first, followed by the remote public comment in chronological order. The first person set to speak is Reverend Wallace Gilbert.
I'd like to start by morning. If you don't mind. My name is Reverend Wallace Gilbert Jr. I also want to give special recognition to Embrace the Rock and my dear sister, Sheree McLaughlin, who invited me here and gave me this opportunity to share the concerns of our community. I had the opportunity of turning 66 years old yesterday, born and reared in the city of Detroit. Part of my life, my career was actually traveling the entire state of Michigan, implementing the first enhanced 911 systems. I installed systems from the city of Detroit as far west as Manistee Sheriff's Department, as far north as the Gauney State Police Post. So over my career, I had an opportunity to see how city governments work throughout the state. I have had the privilege of being the assistant pastor of a powerful ministry located on the lower east side of the city of Detroit, Church of the Messiah, which is a non-traditional Episcopal church. We have over 220 units of affordable housing. We've invested over $48 million over the past 40 years in what we refer to as the Island View community. We are the internet provider. We provide free high-speed internet to residents in the community through the church. We train young people how to install and maintain a network. That being said, you know, being born and raised in Detroit, born on Tuxedo 2 blocks from 12th, when the riots or whatever you want to call it broke out, saw the National Guards. Not long after, my parents moved to the northwest side of Detroit, saw that community change. Busing came along, got bused to another community to go to school. I've seen so many changes in this city and in this state, some good, some bad. I've experienced the good, the bad, and the ugly. Too often I see how our communities are overlooked, and at Messiah, we always concentrate on the least of these. With 40% or more of our congregation is made up of Black males under the age of 30. So as I speak to them about politics and I speak to them about how important their vote is, and I try to encourage them to remain a part of the process. And then when things like redistricting can come up and they see things like their voice is always trying to be silenced, it makes my job even harder to try to make them understand that that one vote is important. So as we do this redistricting, I try to, I'm trying to make sure that this commission understands that when you continue to overlook community, and you and we have our young people caught up in the mix of what's right and what's wrong, and we're trying to teach them in the United States of America, one vote does count. We need to make sure that they don't see that every time we gain a little bit of power, every time we make a step forward, we don't get knocked 2 steps back by things like redistricting. I know that my time is up. I want to share this before I take my seat. And it's a quote by the great Dr. Martin Luther King. There comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. Please let us do the right thing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. If you would like, you can sign up for a second round of public comments and get an additional 2 minutes. I'll also point out we do have 2 maps in the back. The one on the left is the one that the commission created in 2021 titled Linden. And on the right is the one that the legislature drew in the 2010 cycle. And we also have, if anyone would like more information on how to view some of the mapping proposals the commission has made so far, or maybe take a shot at creating your own map, we have Ryan in the back raising his hand. He can help assist with that. Next on the list is Miriam Bazzi.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for your time today. My name is Miriam Bazzi, and I grew up in Dearborn, and that's where I work as well. I'm here today to advocate that my community of interest, the Access Community of Interest, is kept together. We have many shared concerns, including labor conditions and discrimination, civil rights and equality, access to healthcare, culturally sensitive integrated health and social services, language accessibility, safe infrastructure, environmental justice, and immigration issues, in addition to the constant work of being accepted in American society. Our community of interest is spread across Southeast Michigan, including Warrendale. Currently, District 2 is 4,800 below the target population threshold. Please consider this as you reconfigure our community of interest and add Warrendale back in. The Redistricting Commission has continued to marginalize our community by splitting our community of interest. Please consider map SD COL version 1, April 29th, as you redraft the Senate map, which provides sufficient consideration for our community of interest. Again, we would also like Warrendale to be added and remain part of our community of interest. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Excuse me. Next up on the list is Shams.
Good morning, Commission, and thank you so much for allowing us to be here today to advocate for our communities. I want to start off by saying I echo what the Reverend shared, especially when we're working with youth in the community and young folks in the community and getting them engaged. In addition to that, I work in Dearborn. My husband and I have invested in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, and now we're in Westland. But that being said, I'm here to advocate for the Access Community of Interest map. As my peer shared, we are advocating for map SD COL version 1 and encouraging you all to also look at Warrendale. That is a part of our community of interest. I know last round we were heavily advocating for Melvindale to be part of the Motown map, and we did not see that happen. But now looking and just ensuring that our community of interest is kept together because of all the issues our communities face across the board. Thank you.
Sham's got a quick question for you. Yesterday, we went and tried to put that same district in a couple of the other maps, but if it's between Warrendale and Lincoln Park, what do you think?
I don't have the information on Lincoln Park, but I can look into that. And can I email, or how does it work?
You can
come back and give a comment.
Come back and comment.
Okay,
But
perfect.
that would be helpful.
So you said Allen Park and Warrendale, correct?
Yes, Lincoln Park.
Lincoln Park. Okay, sorry. Yes, we will look at that, and I'll definitely get back to you all. Thank you.
What map were you advocating for? You listed it off and you talk so fast. My old ear.
I am so sorry. Map SD or COL version 1, which
okay,
was
but you got to have a date.
April 29th.
Okay, 4/29. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you all.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up is Latrice Meadows Braxton.
Hi, I'm here with APRI, and we're very concerned about drawing the Macomb map into Detroit because that would dilute our votes, and we do not share the same human rights or social far as the map being joined there. That would really take a lot of votes from Detroit once you do that. So I grew up in Detroit. I'm 67 years old. And I think that it would be best that we would lead and make sure that Macomb County would not be drawn into Detroit. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up, we have, I'm sorry if I butcher this, but Dorcine Wellesley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I also represent Detroit Downriver APRI. But I also would like to also, I'm sorry. Some of the things that the Reverend said resonated with me because I've been doing a lot of voter registration all over the state. And we're getting the same kind of issues that the Reverend has come into as far as people feeling disenfranchised with, and especially Black men. I know you don't want me to bring race into this, but that's a concern for me. I'm 72 years old and I've worked in and around Detroit. I spent 34 years in the steel mills. Part of what I'm going through now is because of the hazards that exist in a lot of the, I don't know how to phrase it. A lot of the steel mills, where I came from and where I worked, there were a lot of hazards. And back when I first started 34, 39 years ago, there were not a lot of health and wellness issues addressed. The people that we want to serve us now have to have that in mind because those issues still exist in the areas of that district. We need people who are going to be on our side. And as the minister said, our people need to see, and I'm not just talking Black, I'm talking people who work in that area, need to see that the people who are standing up for us understand what we're going through. So the young lady talked about Macomb. They don't have the same health issues that we do because they don't have the same kind of industries that we do. So I just need you guys to take that into consideration when you're marking these maps. And I will stand here and say that I have not looked at your maps to understand why you did what you did or chose what you did, but I know you did not consider a lot of the health and wellness issues that need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
And, oh, I'm sorry, I will be looking at the maps.
Please. Yeah. Tomorrow we will be at Wayne State University in the Student Center if anybody would like to join us. And all of our maps that we have currently are available on our website, www.michigan.gov/MICRC. Next, we have Darwin Griffin.
Good morning. And I just want to thank everybody for coming here today. I thought I was going to use my radio voice, but good morning, everyone. Some of you I've met before, some of you have seen before, and some of the redistricting committees that we've done before. But one point that I was going to bring up is about what Dorcine mentioned about health and wellness. I do want to echo what the pastor said, pertaining to especially about making certain that everybody in the communities feel like their voice are going to be heard. And that's one of the things that I keep hearing from people over and over again. They're feeling like their voices are not going to be heard and that they're feeling that what they can do is sit back and not participate in the voting process or in the election process. So that's the thing that we just want to make certain of, that if you're in a different district or in a different city, that you feel like your voices are important and every voice matters. But yesterday, I went up to Lansing and I met with state senators. And what we talked about yesterday was about healthcare. And we were addressing the issue because a lot of the healthcare workers that work in the nursing homes and senior citizen facilities do not have a union. And we addressed that with them because everybody does not go through the same thing. I was talking to a gentleman yesterday who said that he's been helping his brother for the last 30 years, who was thrown off a roof in Detroit and has been paralyzed and has had a lot of health issues for the last 30 years. That's not what he had planned to do. But because of the fact that they could not afford the health care, they had to go and he has to go and watch his brother and has to take care of his brother. So the thing is that just as Dorcine, just as Pastor and other people have echoed the same thing, we've got to make certain that people have gone through the same things that we've gone through, that can empathize with some of the things that we're dealing with, as opposed to just having sympathy towards. So that's why it's important to me to see that a lot of the people that we put into office are going to be able to echo the same things that other people in marginalized communities can echo the same thoughts. I thank you for coming. Thank you for taking time to listen to me as well.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our live in-person public comment for this morning. I invite anybody who would like to speak again to take a second sign up, and you will get an additional 2 minutes. Also, if anybody else in general would like to speak for a first time, we're going to be here until 7 p.m. So please come through. As long as you're signed up before 7, we will make time to hear from you. We will now start our remote comment process. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call you by name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please note, if you are experiencing technical issues or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you when they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate in the next public comment period. First up for remote public comment is Mr. James Gallant.
Oh, James Gallant, these are opinions. And thank you, Chair Eid, for accepting to engage with our community of interest, the entire state of Michigan, concerning the Robert's Rules of Order that Mike Brady instructed you to follow at the first meeting. And I'd ask you for an ADA accommodation for you to follow the rules, including page 366, line 8. There shall be no debate before a motion with a second, because that causes a trauma response in me. I'm sure you could probably get from my voice. And I would also ask for an accommodation, an ADA accommodation, to allow my second public comment after the 3 o'clock break. Okay. Now, Mr. Chair, please, by unanimous consent, instruct General Counsel Fink to provide a written legal opinion concerning all of the pages of Robert's Rules of Order that I have cited as a problem, including the transcript review from September 20th to April 2021, when Sally Marsh suggested that it's, quote, kind of assumed that the Department of State staff collectively acts as the secretary of this commission instead of the Secretary of State, who told you that she does that. It's kind of assumed. Well, we need a written legal opinion on that, please. And I would also like to echo the quote from Martin Luther King from the Reverend. That's why I advocate for following the Robert's Rules, because the Black men in America would be best provided with a semblance of equality and fairness by requiring the MICRC to follow the Robert's Rules as instructed as common law parliamentary procedure in America, we can see how confused you are and you're making it up on the fly. Now, the agenda says that if no one is available for public comment, that you will address any items from the executive director. Does that mean that you have known business items that Secretary Benson did not list on the approved agenda, like Zatella's proposed mapping policy amendment that you seem to be like, several meetings into kicking around in your consensus building Marxist style communism? Because Marxist style communism has no semblance of order. Whoever is there is going to make it up, and people like you, Mr. Chair, are going to bully everybody here into, without objection, you're going to suspend the Constitution, suspend all the rules, and just map by one rule, that one rule that you quote. That means by consensus, you are suspending all the rules. And you obviously don't have any motions pending to be doing any mapping, to be discussing any mapping. And on page 366, line 8, it talks about there shall be no debate before there's a motion and a second to approve a specific action. And there shall be limited discussion in order to frame that motion. That's.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. Next up to provide remote public comment is Mira Zamor.
That participant is not present.
Next on the list is Dina.
That participant is also not present.
Lance Holmes.
Yes, Lance Holmes is here.
Good morning,
Can you guys hear me? Good morning. How are you? My name's Lance Holmes. I'm actually also a member of Detroit Downriver APRI. I am a lifelong resident of Michigan. Grew up on 6 Mile and Schaefer as a young African-American man who has now become a full man and worked in the state of Michigan his whole entire life. I'd like to take my opinion that redistricting the areas and diluting the voice of the people not only affects safety, as has been spoken of, but it also affects employment opportunities. When you bring in people who don't understand what we've been through, haven't lived the lives that we live, but they're actually making decisions on how we live and how our neighborhoods are impacted, I just think it's wrong. I think we really need to sit down and think about how we're redistricting and how we're representing the people who actually work in the areas that we work in, live in the areas that we live in, and represent our voices as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing the commission. Next on the list is Anthony Scannell.
Thank you. Good morning, MICRC. I have to be brief here because I have to go do something right now, but so I might have to step away. I hope I can get second comments. I signed up for those too when I rejoin. Hopefully it's not in the middle of a map, but anyway, the issue that came up with Mayor Fouts yesterday and the candidates, if it's a cross-county district, having to drive all the way to Lansing to file, I wish, I don't know if that's true, but if that is, I hope the secretary without a vote, as Mr. Gallant would say, I hope she could expand her offerings at Cadillac Place in Detroit and, kind of solve that issue, but okay. And then talking about the District 1 that I'm in, or pretty much, yeah, it's stayed in that area, Southwest Detroit, and seems like it always includes River Rouge and Ecorse, and then it could go kind of up northwesternly, or some configurations have had it going east on the riverfront, and I think there's a real east-west divide there, because if you look from the southwest riverfront from downtown to Wyandotte, there's not a single dwelling on the whole riverfront. It's all industrial, but you cross to the east side of the riverfront, that's not so much the case. There's tall apartment buildings, you got marinas everywhere, the freaking Manugian mansion. So it's not like there's a riverfront community of interest when you cross to either side of downtown, in my opinion. talking about the map I shared with you, I think it hit a lot of points that different commenters brought up yesterday, like District 12, the Lake Shore. This is my map I'm talking about. District 10, the city of Warren is whole, not like in the house. District 2, Melvindale and Warrendale were added to the Arab American COI in my map. District 1 had the Latino COI intact, which is definitely not the case when you exclude Lincoln Park from Southwest Detroit. The Latino COI is not intact. District 3, we had the pastor who spoke yesterday, who forget what he said, but oh yeah, just that he didn't want to cross 8 Mile in the District 3 area. District 11, it's kind of along the lines of what the real estate agent guy from Fraser said. So I just hope you could take that in consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Scannell. Next up, we have Clara Wallace.
That participant is not present.
How about Nina Abrams?
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. I really appreciate all the comments that people are making. This is the third or fourth time I've spoken to you over the last couple years. And I want to say that your mapping efforts show that the third time of mapping is a charm. You're doing well. And thank you for all your work. I have lived in my home area of Huntington Woods since 1977. So a lot of my feelings are emotional as well as trying to be astute about what's going on. I'm urging you to keep Huntington Woods, Oak Park, Berkeley, and Royal Oak Township together. For whatever reason, we have festivals together. We have a school district together. We're like one community, and I don't know why we have four, but we are. We share shopping districts, and we have this history of being together. I'm also urging you to keep Royal Oak, Troy, and Clawson together. Again, for people in the area, those feel like a group that could be one municipality for their interest in common. And then when I'm working and in the area, I think of Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge, Hazel Park, and Madison Heights together. That has been my experience, and I appreciate everything everybody's saying. And thank you. I'm through.
You said at the end that they're Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge, and Madison Heights?
Right. Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge, Madison Heights, Hazel Park. I belong to a number of community groups, and I go to a number of community events. And these are the people who work together, talk together in those three different groupings. And if you have to change out Oakland County, those are the ways we think of ourselves. I agree with the prior speakers that they should have their community of interest. And I know it's really difficult because I've also experienced going across 8 Mile and sharing regional areas has given new thoughts of how communities should work together. But I think you have a really difficult task here of keeping things together. Is there any other questions I can answer?
I do not see any. Thank you, Ms. Abrams.
Chair, Commissioner Wagner does have her hand up.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you, Chair. And to the chair, to Ms. Abrams, I forgot what I was going to say. Can you possibly, or have you been able to submit a public comment on our portal describing exactly the regions that you just did to us?
I can do that if you like. I've had a really difficult time trying to work with the maps on my computer screen, and my screen is not small. I find that it's really hard to get all of the extra stuff on top of the maps to get in there and I can't print maps so that I can look at them by street. So I don't know if there's something you can do to make looking at the maps on the computer screen easier. But I also found when I tried to do public comments that it was very difficult to get my comments in, and I find it's easier to come to live. But I will attempt to put a public comment in writing so that
Yes.
you have that information.
Yes, please do. And if you do see any of the maps online that, for instance, take into account those areas you're talking about, if you could reference them for us, that would be extremely helpful. And thank you, Ms. Abrams. Thank you,
I
Chair.
will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Just as a reminder to the public, that public comment portal can be, a link to it can be found on the front page of our website, www.michigan.gov/MICRC, under public engagement. The direct link to it is www.michigan-mapping.org. And using that public comment portal, you can submit comment to us in writing, or as Commissioner Wagner just suggested, submit a map to us that includes your communities of interest. And that is very helpful to us as a commission. Next up, to provide remote public comment is Bernard Meadows.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Yes, hello. My name is Bernard Meadows, and I'm a member of the Detroit Downriver APRI team. And today I would like to point out why it is important to keep Detroit and other Wayne County cities in the same Senate district. We face the same social, economic, and political issues. However, our cities are near many factories as well as other facilities. And because of this, we have higher rates of health issues such as cancer, air quality, education, public safety, which puts internal as well as external hardships on the people that live here. And because of these hardships, it can also lead to higher crime rates. And it's for this reason that I'm asking this commission to please keep the district within the same Senate district. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our first round of remote public comments. We do have a new in-person speaker that I will invite to speak at this time, Edith Lee Payne.
Good morning, everyone, commissioners. I'm Edith Lee Payne. I represent the people of Michigan. I had a conversation with Commissioner Eid. Am I saying that right? Eid, yes, okay. And that was following a conversation I had with someone at a community meeting that spoke harshly about what you all had done. I want to say that I think that what you had done, the redistricting, the lines that have been drawn, have been really good. Actually, beyond that, what you accomplished is what I think we all need to really look at. It's not about what color someone is that represents a community, but the results of what happened. So I know that I think it was 321 bills were passed with this current legislature rather. That's a phenomenal number, so much so that they were able to recess 2 months early to allow some of that legislation to go into effect in February rather than extending it out into the coming year because they understood that they had work to do. And some of the benefits that we got from that included, I'm not going to be called so quickly, included, one second, I can't see with my glasses. I will have something typed and prepared and put on your website because I want other people to understand what's really important. I was obviously concerned initially when I heard that 8 Mile was being crossed. Legislative districts were crossing 8 Mile, but then the results confirmed that you did the right thing. You actually did the right thing. Okay, I can't find it, so I'll just go on. Okay, so children benefited with the 5% increase for all pupils, all students. That was important. The extension of the Elliott Larson's Act. But just resting on the fact that 321 bills were passed. I've lived in, I'm a native of Detroit, have lived in Detroit almost all of my life. Voting is important. And I had the privilege of marching with Dr. King and standing next to people that could not vote. I served as a plaintiff on the emergency manager law and worked diligently with other people to have that law overturned, only to have, I think it was 37 days later, that legislature had appropriations in that bill, so we couldn't repeal it again. And of course, we all know what that emergency manager law brought us. The devastation in Flint, the Flint water crisis that people, generations will live with forever. I don't believe that. Is my time up? Is that what that means?
It does, but
I
you're
know.
more than welcome to sign up again and you'll get an additional 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. I knew I had a time. Well, anyway.
It's all right. We do
So-
appreciate your comments.
Okay, but what I want to say is more important than anything. I mean, it's important for communities to stay together. I've lived in Oak Park, I've lived in Southfield, I've lived in Detroit, but going back to what I was saying about standing with people that could not vote, I know what it's like to vote and then have your vote not count. It does not matter what color a person is that represents me. What matters to me and to basically everyone is what is that person doing? So a representative, and I'm just throwing names out, Weiss, whose district crossed over into Detroit, for example, she comes to our meetings, but she also goes to meetings in the community that she initially represented. That's what it's all about. And that's what you did. You created what's important to the people of Michigan. We got results done. It doesn't matter what part of Michigan we live in. What matters is that the quality of life for our families, for our neighbors is better. And I hope that you make that the focus as you continue to redraw lines. I'm sure your attorneys argued this on your behalf. If they didn't, they should have. If you need somebody to argue it on your behalf, I promise to be better prepared. But I just want to say that you did an admirable job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. I believe Reverend Wallace Gilbert signed up to speak a second time.
I believe the first time I spoke, I didn't really make it clear where we were. We were located right down the street from Belle Isle State Park. So we've seen all those changes as well. I wanted to say, what my dear sister here was saying, our community is very diverse, as well as our church. It's multiracial. So we try to make sure that we keep a community that has balance. You know, we have these that are in need. We also have a very affluent community right there in Island View. You know, we have the villages and things of that nature. So when I talk about the maps and the redistricting, my main objective sharing here today is to make sure that we don't do things to continue to disenfranchise my young people. They're paying attention to the process. So as we do things, we have to make sure that they realize that when you make certain gains, when you make certain achievements, that there's not another group that's always trying to tear down what you've already built up. So I want to make sure I made that perfectly clear. And the District 3 maps, you know, and currently we're District 5 and on the city's map, and that's up in the air. We may become a part of District 4. But my main reason for speaking today is because our ministry focuses on our young people, because I've seen, once again, the good, the bad, and the ugly that takes place in what we call the United States of America. I want to make sure that they understand that the democratic process works if we work it. And I want to make sure that they understand that although it has flaws, we try to do everything as equitable as possible. I just want to make that clear. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We will now do our second round of remote public comments. And I see we have two speakers signed up. The first being Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Can you hear me? Oh, well, geez. Well, now I see what kind of white man you are by denying my American Disabilities Act accommodation. So this is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. Now, please hire a real parliamentarian to protect all these Black people that are out here disenfranchised, like I just told you. And the Reverend, I'd be more than happy to help you to get trainings and for your people in your church and to come to these meetings and know the rules and get this rogue chair out of the way so that everybody can be protected equally. It's the only way to do it. Robert's Rules of Order is the only way to protect everybody equally at all times. It's the only way. Now, please hire a parliamentarian and get the trainings. Now, you see how you're doing it? You're not telling everybody. You're secretly colluding to change the rules, change to suspend everything, and not properly instructing and training Juanita. She don't even know what Robert's Rules is, so that she can protect herself from you. And none of you even know. And you're like, oh, well, hear no objections. Well, guess what? That's how the bully on the schoolyard wins. Hearing no objections from the lunch lady and from the principal and from the teachers. And then the children get abused right on the street. And they learn from this. They learn to be victims. And that's why the Black people in Detroit are just cowering and allowing you to bully them and not follow rules that you were instructed by our state of Michigan. And hey, Secretary of State says she's not even here. I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm filing for recall election because Secretary of State is not here. And Sally Marsh merely told you it's kind of assumed and you will not get a written legal opinion. That's fine. And we're going to run that through the process. And I guess that's all we got. And you're going to have millions of dollars from the legislature to pay lawyers to defend you after the fact, except for they're participating. They're going to be co-defendants because you are suspending the rules and allowing Mr. Fink to facilitate in direct contradiction to the rules. Now you have three common practices. You allow the member to facilitate their own agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. We appreciate your comments. Next up to provide remote public comment is Mr. Anthony Scannell.
That participant is no longer present.
Well, that's everybody who signed up to speak so far today. Is there anyone in the room who has not spoken who would like to? Well, if you change your mind and would like to, like I said earlier, we're going to be here until 7 p.m. Don't be shy. We want to hear from you. Next, our agenda is mapping. Without objection, I will ask the commission to continue with our mapping as outlined by our rules of procedure and collaborative mapping policies. Is there any objection, commissioners?
Chair, before you begin, I would just like to identify that Commissioner Zatella has joined. Commissioner Zatella, can you tell us where you're joining remotely from today?
Yes, I'm joining from Oakland County, Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a member of the public that signed up to speak a second time. I'll welcome back Miss Edith Lee Payne.
Okay, thank you again. One of the other points that I wanted to emphasize is, as I mentioned, I've lived in Detroit all of my life, or I'm a native Detroiter. So I have to go back to this because the lawsuit that was brought to that's causing you to do this was brought by a few people that I know, feeling that they were not represented again because people from Detroit may not be elected if they had to campaign across 8 Mile. Well, for the 40 years prior to this legislation that I had representation that looked like me, nothing got done. So it's not about that. Again, this is stressing my point. It's what you did in crossing those lines and bringing people that vote. Detroit voters are apathetic. I don't know if you know this, but they are. So not having a majority in the House and Senate kept people from Michigan, regardless of where they lived, from benefiting from the things that they're benefiting from right now. So I just want to stress to you that's essentially important. Again, please keep doing what you're doing, but factor in, it seems like you drew lines where you brought people that voted in certain districts, and that made it fair. Either people went out and voted or they did not. But as it turns out, they voted and it made things all the more better for the state of Michigan. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Kellum.
Miss Edith, hi, this is Commissioner Kellum. I don't have a question, more of like a plea. If you could engage people like yourselves and even folks that might be a little apathetic to the process, because I think what you said is spot on, and I think there's a level of awareness amongst the commissioners that sit here, but we're still charged with drawing the maps. And so I want myself and my fellow commissioners to be able to draw the city of Detroit because there's been engagement from citizens of Detroit, and to do it with confidence and fairly. I think with any process, when there's ignorance, when you don't know, you, in a way, you save the best for last. But in this instance, I want Detroit to come first. And so ideally, I would like all of these seats to be filled with people that are like you, that look like you, that look like me, to be able to inform this process. So whoever you can gather, whoever you can bring willingly or unwillingly, bring the folks that are hesitant about the process. We desperately need them because we still have to draw no matter what. So thank you for your comment, and thank you for that high level of understanding.
Thank you. Okay, we have no further speakers for right now, so we will return to mapping. We left off with Commissioner Kellum, and we have, oh, there you are. We have Mr. John Morgan and Mr. Ken Stegall with us from EDS to help facilitate today. I will turn the floor to y'all.
So I wasn't able to do what I told both Kent and John that I was going to do, which is create a shape file. So I want a little bit of time to do that. So I think I'm going to pass my turn. What I saw online didn't allow for me to do that. Like the plan that we worked on, maybe I overlooked it. I'm not faulting you all because you all work really hard, but I didn't see that to be able to work with it. So I'm going to try to do that now. And then if we have time, I will return to that. Or if someone else wants to work on my map, then maybe that, or not my map, but the map that I was working on, it could work out that way.
Yeah, we have the map saved from last night. We can bring that up anytime you need it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. For now, I'll pass.
Okay. The next commissioner on the list is Commissioner Lang.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Morgan. What I would like to do, I worked with Mr. Morgan on a couple of maps that started out collaborative. So I just want to show those maps, explain what I did. I'm open to suggestions and just to kind of get a feel. So Mr. Morgan, could we bring up version 1 first?
Okay, and again, your intention right now is just to show these maps, not to edit them.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm bringing the map up, sharing the screen. And just a moment for the program to allow me to move around.
I'm sorry, could you actually state what the map name is? I'm having a really hard time reading that small print on my screen.
So this map is 050124 RL for Rhonda Lang. This was a map that Commissioner Lang drafted. And I'm bringing that up.
Thank you.
Okay, and it just, the program seems to be stuck for just a second here.
While it's stuck, I'll give a little back history. This was the map that we were doing collaboratively initially, where I tried to do the Jewish community of interest in District 7. And I believe there were changes that had been made to the Canton area by Commissioner Zatella prior to that. So this was what started out as a collaborative map, and then I just went in and did some changes to kind of finish it up.
That's right. Some of these areas that Commissioner Zatella began working on, and then you continued in this area of Livonia and Canton.
Correct. Okay.
Just a note for the public, we're trying to get this projector on and show the maps as we're editing them live. We'll have that up so y'all can see exactly what we're doing.
Are you ready, Mr. Morgan?
Okay, looks like yes, okay, yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, so this is the map, and Commissioner Lang, do you want to go through district by district and show what you did, or do you want to explain in some other way?
No, we can go district by district. That's fine.
Okay, so here's District 1. We'll start there.
Okay, so District 1 is kind of the downriver area. You have your communities of interest, such as your Latino. It does not, I guess I should say, when I was drawing, particularly in the Detroit area, one of the main focuses was trying to pick up communities of interest, but also wanted to try and keep neighborhoods whole and use roads, highways, etc., as kind of borders for the district. So District 1, we've got Ecorse, Lincoln Park, Southgate, Allen Park. I included Melvindale in there population wise, so I wouldn't have to pull as much from the inner Detroit area to kind of keep more centric Detroit. District 2, we have Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and Garden City. And we used, I'm trying to look, I believe we used Warren Ave on this particular one, wasn't it, Mr. Woods? Or, pardon me, Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, yes, this has all of the Warrendale neighborhood and also along Warren Avenue here.
Okay, and then District 3,
Did you want me to put the neighborhoods on or just continue as is?
would it be helpful for the commission to see the neighborhoods? Or are you good?
It would, yeah, I think we should
Okay.
have, I think whenever we're working in Detroit, we should have the neighborhood
Okay.
boundaries up.
Okay, so as you can see, again, I tried to keep neighborhoods whole. I feel like neighborhoods are important to everybody, and if we cannot split them, that's a good starting point. And
So here's the Warrendale neighborhood is entirely in District 2, and then this is Warren Avenue Community and some other neighborhoods north of Dearborn.
so then District 3, again, I tried to keep it. Now I'm second guessing myself after hearing some public comment, but I tried to keep it all within the Detroit area using the 8 mile as a guideline. You have the different communities. You also have Highland Park, Hamtramck in there. I believe Banglatown was in there, correct? So that was
Yes,
another
Banglatown area.
that was another kind of community of interest aspect of it too. We can go to the next one, John. I'm just doing a quick overview.
Sure. I don't know that District 4 was changed, or if it was, it wasn't changed very much.
No, District 4 wasn't, to my knowledge, from when we were doing it collaboratively. And then the next changes, it kept the Lakeshore community. And then we have District, I want to say it's 6. I can't see what the all of the names there.
Yeah, so we talked about 4 or 5, and then did you want to look at 6 here is all of Redford, and then this northwest section of Detroit up to Livernois, basically.
Correct. Again, looking at your roads and your highways as kind of a guide for keeping areas compact. So I believe that this would be almost another Detroit-centric type area. On this particular one, there were changes that were made more northernly. We did in the open meeting, we did District 7. That was where, I'm sorry, I'm jumping all around.
Yeah, sorry, put the neighborhoods back on. I'll take those off and then move up to District 7.
So District 7 I did in the open meeting, so you can see this was the original one that I did that include the Oak Park, Southfield, most of West Bloomfield, etc., to accommodate the Jewish community of interest. District 9, you have Bloomfield, Bloomfield Hills, Royal Oak, and Ferndale. And then your District 10, you're getting Rochester Hills, all within one district. District 11, there was talk about how some of that area seemed to go more with the areas to the east. So that area was changed to include Utica and with Macomb, Clinton, into a new District 11. The original District 12, as I said, was not changed. So more or less in the Detroit area, because we're very Detroit specific right now, I tried to keep everything within the city the best I could. As far as the districts, I don't know if that was the best move. Like I said, hearing the public comment now, I guess there could have been room to go over 8 mile, but that's the route I took.
And then your District 8 here is Olive Warren and Centerline, Fraser, Roseville, East Point, and Hazel Park.
Correct. Are there any questions on this map? If there's no questions, John, we can do version 2.
Commissioner Kellum has a question.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Lang, I don't have a question. I just wanted to commend you on making a good effort and listening. And I know typically you kind of throw compliments back in the water in which they came, but speaking to you genuinely, that I think this is a configuration that some Detroiters will weigh in on. So I think it's a good effort, Commissioner Lang.
Thank you. I tried. I did.
I can tell.
I see Commissioner Callahan also has her hand up.
I just wanted to say, Commissioner Lang, I found that summation extremely helpful. I can imagine that the public would as well. And I think that's applicable to all the maps that we draw. The public has commented, I've heard this multiple times, they have difficulty looking at the maps online. We've seen that. They benefited so much when we were doing the House districts of having the large maps blown up, but mainly someone to stand beside them and tell them what was the motivation behind this map? Why was this district drawn this way? What considerations were made when these districts were put into place? And you explain that to me, and you can see their face like, oh, I understand. I see the subtle difference between what this map is trying to do and what this other map is trying to do. I honestly think that all of our maps that are put out onto the portal, in addition to having the numbers there on partisan fairness and compactness and this, that, and the other, it would do well to the public if we could take the exact information that Commissioner Lang's just summarized for us here in this meeting and put it in a writing. If it's just an informal bullet points, that's fine. But give the public something to look at so that they can understand and know how to interpret the work that was done for each individual map. I think that would be hugely helpful instead of just coming out and getting lost in a sea of numbers of maps with different versions. For anyone who can't sit and watch the minutia of our meetings hour after hour of what we're trying to map, I mean, there's just no other way for them to that I can see to figure out what we're trying to accomplish. I think we should do that with all of our maps.
Thank you, Commissioner Callahan. Commissioner Kellum?
I agree with Commissioner Callahan, and I don't know if this is a question to Department of State, my friends, but is there a way to make commissioner commentary a part of the comments that are alongside the maps, or is that too tricky? I'm looking at Miss Megan. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Commissioner Kellum, I appreciate the question. The Department of State doesn't actually post those. I believe EDS does. So I think that might be a question for Mr. Morgan or Mr. Stegall or Mr. Brace, possibly even.
So what I'd say is just thinking off the top of my head about what it would take to accomplish that. The simplest thing would be to see if there's a transcript of this meeting. You have, the ASL interpretation, you have closed captioning. So if you were to be able to just take the transcript and the relevant portions of the transcript could be first placed in their entirety, which is a lot to go through, or somebody could edit it and make it into bullet points. But then you have the consideration of who's making those edits. So I think the commission would probably want to hand in making those edits to some level to say, well, I don't need to say this. I want to say something more succinct.
Thank you.
I know we are going to have those big blowups of maps and whatnot. I agree that worked very well last time. Once we come back after this first round of public comments are over and, submit these later for VRA analysis, see if that's good, and then vote as a commission to publish them. After that, we'll have our second round of public comments in early June. And we will have those blowups then. But I think, anything we can do so that the public knows more about at least these preliminary drafts that we have out now is a good thing. So if anyone else has any thoughts on how to achieve that, Mr. Morgan, that was very helpful. We can assess and see what we can do. Commissioner Orton?
Well, I wonder if we could do similar to what Commissioner Lang did with her map just now. Would we look at each of our completed maps that we have right now and talk through them? Whoever had a hand in it or whoever understands why it was drawn that way, we could just kind of talk through it and maybe capture that for the bullet points for putting alongside the maps.
I think that's perfect, Commissioner Orton. I mean, we don't need, I don't want to give the public a 30-minute video to watch of us discussing something and trying to wade their way through it. Just a bullet point sentence description or two of the community. This is the community of interest, or we tried not to cross 8 Mile, or we tried to limit the district change, or whatever it is. What was the impetus for drawing? There's we changed 5 districts or 10 districts in each map. Just that's 5 or 10 little bullet points that we could agree on and publish along with the other map information.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. And I do think what you said about putting right there by each map how many districts were changed would also be helpful to the public. So who would take notes on that?
I'm happy to take the notes. That's not a problem at all. And then I can send them over to EDS if that is something that the commission would find useful.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes, so in the process last time, I would say it was a little later in the process, there was a summary of districts that were changed. I think once the draft maps coalesced into a solid group of draft maps that were completed, I think at that time it was an effort was made to see which districts were changed, because it goes back and forth. You'll have a situation where you might have taken one precinct from District 7, and then somebody says, well, why do we have to take that one precinct? Or somebody might say, we are going to keep that one precinct. So it counts as a change.
Okay, that was a good discussion. Thank you, everyone. Commissioner Zatella, you have your hand up?
Yeah,
Those
I
on
just
Zoom.
think
Go ahead.
I just think to John's point, if we're going to be designating districts changed, we should probably come up with a method of kind of volumizing the change, because to me, a district like that has one precinct pulled out and moved to another district for population, that's not a significant change. But if there's significant changes where multiple lines are moved within a district, then yeah, maybe that's something to consider. But I think if we're going to use that as a fealty test, then we should have some sort of quantification on it. So it's not just, you moved 100 people per population, so now there's 11 districts instead of 10.
Okay. Commissioner Lang.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, I forgot to, could you run the partisan fairness just so everybody can see the partisan fairness on it?
Okay, so we previously run that. So if I run it again, it'll overwrite it, but I can do that here. It'll just take a moment.
Or if you want to bring up the previous one, I'm fine either way if you have that.
Okay. So this plan is 050124 RL with the commissioner's initials. And it should be in this area here. Partisan fairness. Okay, so this is the partisan fairness of the plan 050124 version 1 RL. So I'll go through the top line numbers if you like.
Yep.
Okay, so on the lopsided margins, it's 5.0 for Republican. The mean median difference is 3.1 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 1.9 for Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 21-17, which is 2.4 towards the Democrats.
Thank you. So then, now that we have those numbers, I would just like to bring up version 2. Version 2 only had a couple of slight changes from this one.
Okay, I'm bringing that up.
Okay, so on this one, you'll notice that Detroit is the same as in the last map. What I did on this one, when I made changes to the Farmington Hills, we had public comment about District 9, I believe it was. And there was quite a bit of public comment that I read. So basically what this one did, it kept 9 the way it was in the original plan, the Linden plan, and then just made minor adjustments around it for population in 11, 8, and 10. And then also kept the changes that I had made when I tried to make that community of interest in 7. So
That's right,
map is-
Commissioner Lang. It was just District 9 was the same. I think in the process of drawing the first version, District 10 was similar to District 9, but in this case, you drew 9 to be exactly the same and adjusted around as you described.
Correct. So that's the really only difference on this map, and it only affected above 8 Mile. And again, it kept everything else the same. And we also ran a partisan fairness on that one. So John, if you could bring up the partisan fairness.
Okay. Okay, so this is 050124RL version 2. And again, I'll go through the top line numbers here. So the lopsided margin test is 5.0 for Republicans. The mean median difference is 3.3 Republican. The efficiency gap is 1.9 Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 21-17 with 2.4 bias towards Democrats.
And then John, could you do one more thing for me? Could you bring up the Linden initial partisan fairness that was done for the Linden?
Yes, I think I've got that. Okay, so this is the Linden partisan fairness using the updated numbers. The lopsided margins is 4.7 toward Republicans. The mean median difference is 1.3 towards Republican. The efficiency gap is 1.9 towards Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 21-17 with 2.4 bias towards the Democrats.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to show and let everybody know that the the partisan fairness, there was just minute changes. And when I drew, I based my drawing on communities of interest. I based it on trying to be compact. I did not look at any incumbents where any incumbents serve in any of these districts, if they're still in the districts. This was blind drawing. At the end of the day, when we ran the partisan fairness with taking only into account compactness, communities of interest, etc., it all came in real close to Linden. So that's pretty much what I got. If anybody has any more questions on this one, I'm happy to take it, but that's pretty much going to be the extent of my turn. Mr. Fink?
Mr. Fink?
Thank you. Commissioner Lang, I think you have essentially said this, but you should probably state it explicitly that when you were doing the drawing that was not done in the public collaborative session that you were, I assume you weren't using any racial data in the drawing that you were doing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fink. Could you speak up? I didn't quite hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I don't know if I may be having an issue with my connection, but I was just saying that I don't know, you may have said this, but I don't know that you said it explicitly, but I know that some of the drawing that you did for those maps was not done in the collaborative setting, so it would probably be prudent for you to confirm that you didn't use any racial data in the drawing that you were doing outside of the collaborative setting. Obviously, in the collaborative setting, we could see that, but because I know that you took maps that had been at least partially been drawn collaboratively, but then you had worked with, you said you worked with Mr. Morgan offline and then just presented those. But I was just saying that I think it would make sense for you to confirm that you hadn't used any racial data or racial information in drafting those versions that you just presented.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Fink. Yes, I did not look at race at all. As I said, this was based on communities of interest, compactness. I used roads and highways as borders in my districts. There was no consideration of race. This has not been submitted for VRA yet. So in all honesty, I don't know if it's VRA compliant yet either. So we will see, but no, there was no consideration of race whatsoever. And Mr. Chair, that pretty much concludes my turn unless somebody had a question.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Commissioner Lang. I think those are good options to throw in the hat. At this time, I'm told that some of the commissioners need a little bit of a break. So if there's no objection, let's take 10 minutes, but let's just make it 10 because we are going to take a recess at 12:30 for lunch. Is there any objection? All right, 10 minutes. 2-minute warning, everyone. All right, everyone, let's get going here. All right, we are back. We do not have any new public comments or signups, so we will return to mapping. Commissioner Lang had just completed her turn. Was that right, Commissioner Lang?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, do we have a public commenter? I thought somebody signed up. No? Okay. Well, once again, I invite anyone who has not had a chance to speak yet to head right outside to the desk on the left and sign up to possibly speak. If you do, you'll be given 3 minutes for a first round of comments. And if you have more to say, you can sign up for an additional 2 minutes. We will once again be here until 7 p.m. We want to get the feedback of all people from this area and the state of Michigan. Commissioner Kellum.
And I'm picking on the people that look at our old maps and then are looking at the maps as we draw. And I see you talk to your friends, so I know you have an idea. I'm not going to look at anyone in particular, but I know you have an idea about what I am talking about you. Okay, I give it up. So these are the comments that we need to hear because that's you engaging in the process. We don't bite. We literally are drawing from our experience and we have to. So this is me giving, I'm not fussing, I'm giving you courage. I believe that you have something to say and I think that it would be an honor to hear your voice. Okay, Commissioner Kellum signing off.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum. I agree with that. All right. While we wait for more public comment signups, we will continue mapping. And next up on the list is Commissioner Lett.
And I believe it's number 040724 SDCOL Volume 2.
Okay. Let me open that one so you can look at it.
Just want to look at it.
That's it. Okay, so this is the one that you specified. Does this look like what you're expecting?
I think so. That's fine.
It's version 2, yeah.
Version 2. Let me look at version 1.
Okay.
John, could you state what version this is we're looking at? I can't read the text, it's too small.
Sure. Commissioner Lett asked me to pull up 0507 version 1, COL version 1.
Okay, let's go back to version 2.
Okay. Do you want to look at it or edit it?
I may want to edit it.
Okay. So would you like me to make a copy?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Lett, I gave it the today's date with the version 1, and it's a copy of the version 2 from yesterday.
Pull back a little so I can see all of them. Okay.
And let me know if you want me to adjust any of the colors, 2 and 6, or just different shades of green, for example.
No, but there was one area that I was looking at that doesn't look that, this looks like the original version 1.
Commissioner Lett, can I just ask that you
The
speak
version 2,
in-
yeah, one moment.
Commissioner Lett, can I just ask that you speak into your microphone so that the interpreters and translators are able to hear you?
Yes. And I will try. Pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just adjusting that to make sure we got the correct map.
That's the idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I copied it from the version 1, but this is the version 2. And you can see District 1 is the one that is the easy one to tell which is which.
Waiting for me, or am I waiting for you?
Oh, I'm waiting for you. I was just tracing the districts.
Okay, I want you to look, I want to go up there to 9, District 9, and that little protrusion on the east side in the middle, and zoom in on that. I want to see what it.
That's the town of or village of Utica. Oh, sorry. This is the village of Utica.
Okay, so that's a village. That's a village boundary.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now back up and zoom out.
Okay. And I think Commissioner Wagner has her hand up too.
I was just hoping Commissioner Lutt could get closer to the microphone because it's very difficult to hear what he's saying.
Is that better? Okay.
Much.
Zoom out, please. So I just take an overall look. Okay, in District 6, top would be the northwest, that little stair step there.
And that's part of Southfield.
No, the west side, not the east side.
I'm sorry. This is the village of Farmington.
That's the village boundaries.
Yes. And
Okay.
This is one precinct of Farmington Hills here.
Okay. And zoom back out, please. And I'm going to guess on 8, the northwest squiggle line is a village or city boundary line.
Yes, I think that's Birmingham. Birmingham.
Okay. Then your active matrix is in my way. And I will take it in 14. The incursion into 15 is another city boundary right there.
I think that's a split township. 14 is a portion of Ann Arbor, and this is, let's see.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you. I wanted to check those. I have nothing further. I have completed what I wanted to do for my turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. We do have somebody who can you hear me? Yes? No, yeah, the mic is not on. Hello? Is that better? All right, wonderful. We do have somebody who has signed up to provide public comment. I invite them to approach the mic at this time. Regina Williams. Thank you for signing up. We saw you in the crowd there, looking at those.
I know
maps.
I voluntold you. I apologize. Not really. Okay, go ahead.
How you doing? My name is Regina Williams. I'm with APRI Downriver. Anyway, this is my first time ever being here doing something like this, but I've been looking at the map as y'all was talking about it. And the first map, to me, is much better than the second map because I was looking at the neighborhoods and stuff. And I'm from Detroit, been in Detroit all my life. And I see that y'all have all the poverty stricken neighborhoods like Zone 1 together. And it is I feel like it will affect the people. We're not going to get the proper help that we will get because they're not going to do the things that they would do and speak up for us like you think they will. I don't believe so. I hope so, but I really don't like the map at all.
Commissioner Cullum?
The question I have, when you said you were looking at the first map, so there was a map that one of the commissioners was specifically describing areas. So there was a commissioner speaking.
Okay.
And then I'm not so sure that we had a map before that we looked at. Commissioner, you can, okay.
No, the map's back on the wall.
Those maps?
Uh-huh.
So the Linden map is as good as gone because the courts have ruled that we have to redraw the
Yeah,
map.
I understand that.
So you're saying you prefer that map over what we're doing now? I'm just
Yes,
clarifying.
yes.
Okay. So what would you like to see?
Because I see that y'all took away a couple of the neighborhoods that was on the first map, like Wyandotte and all of that, Grosse Ile.
Do you want to see Detroit more separated, broken up? Is that what you're
Well,
trying to describe?
I mean, you had it going straight like a L almost, but I'm just saying that with the map that you have up there now, the communities and stuff, the people is not going to get the help and believe that they're going to get the right help by the school district and all of that. We need more help than we getting. And with this new map, I don't think it's going to improve.
Drawing the map. So if there's a shape that you prefer, like even if you trace that area with a scrap piece of paper and say, I see what you're doing here. And we also have several versions of a map. Maybe if you go this way with the lines, like that's exactly what we need to hear.
Okay, I sure will.
And I think Commissioner Orton has something that she might want to ask you.
Well, I was just wondering, when you say the map we had up here, are you talking about the last map that we were showing? Okay. Just trying to figure out which
Okay,
exact
yeah.
map.
That's the map I'm talking about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next up to map is Commissioner Muldoon.
I'm gonna pass right now.
Okay. The next commissioner is Commissioner Orton.
Okay, so can you hear me? Okay. For my turn, I wonder if we could go through the completed maps that we have so far and do what we talked about, kind of talk through them, give the description.
Okay, so in order to do that, maybe we want to look at the portal for just a moment because I think there might be a notation on the portal. So let me go to that website. All right.
Eight versions yesterday. Yeah, that's a start.
Well, so here we are. So Mr. Skull has a comment, I think.
Well, it was 6 complete plans yesterday. There's a total of 11 complete plans out there, and we can bring up the list. So let me bring that up.
Sure. Okay. So so Kent will show the screen here. So this is from no.
I'm gonna go to that. You bring the maps up.
Okay. Yeah, just a second. Okay, so we're going to do this in tandem here. So Kent is going to call out which ones are complete, and then I'll bring them up in autobound.
And the first one, if we're going to start, we'll go in reverse order. We'll basically start with yesterday, which is 050724 version 1.
All right, they're a little out of order here. Just a second.
Kent, do you have the portal number? They're numbered 3 numbered also.
Yes, this is 365. So it's 050724 SDCOLV1, plan number 365.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to confirm, again, it's 0507 version 1 from yesterday.
Correct.
And then you have the number from the portal for that is what again?
365.
Okay. So you want one of the commissioners to talk about this? Is that the next step?
Yes, if we could put it on the screen and then kind of walk through it. And Kent, you're saying that we have 11 completed plans.
Yeah. At this time, there's 11 complete, thoroughly done plans.
Okay.
And a few that are incomplete.
Is that counting Commissioner Vitella's plans, Commissioner Lang's plan, Commissioner Curry's?
No, Commissioner, these would be only plans that were done collaboratively.
Okay, so again, this is the version 1 from yesterday, 0507.
Okay, so we can walk through this. John's really good at kind of moving his cursor around to the different areas. And
Chair,
yes.
can we pause for just one moment so that we can get your mics working a little bit louder for the interpreters and translators? Thank you.
They were working very well earlier. I don't know what changed.
This is the interpreter speaking. I just want to make sure that it's known that it's not just for the interpreters, it's also for the general public. Because if we're not able to hear you, then neither is the general public. So thank you.
Thank you, Bethany.
Can we start now?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so John, I appreciate you bringing this up, but I think we should start from the beginning because there was an evolution on some of them. So if we could close this one, start back at the.
Okay.
So I guess that would take us, well, I'm not guessing, but plan number on the portal site, plan 343. And we're looking at 04/24/24 version 2. Again, that's plan number 343.
Chair, Commissioner Zatella has her hand raised.
Commissioner Zatella?
So how far back are we going? Because 050724 SD collaborative version 1 was changes made to 050224 SD collaborative version 1. And then there was another change before that. So like how far back are we going? Because these maps have multiple revisions at this point.
So Commissioner Orton just asked them to open map 343, which is from 424 SD Col 2. And I think that is the first one that we had completed. So it seems like Commissioner Orton is trying to start at the beginning in order to see that progression of revisions that you're speaking of.
Okay, so you interpreted what she said as she wanted to go back to the very beginning from the very first map, not that she wanted to go back to the map that was immediately before this map. That was the interpretation?
My answer. So yes, I want us to look at all the completed maps that we have worked on for the Senate plan so that we can kind of see what we have them have a description that's put forth to the public by the maps. And if there's some that have evolved and are just slight changes, this maybe will help us weed those out or consolidate.
Okay, plan number 342 on the portal site is an incomplete plan. It's not a completed plan. The first one that was completed from my documentation is plan 343, which is 04/24/24 version 2.
Great.
Okay, so this is that plan. So April 24, version 2, and Kent gave the portal number as well. 343.
And I think this one began with us trying not to change districts that weren't ordered to be changed. We may have taken a couple extra out, maybe 2 and 7, but it doesn't look like we changed 7.
I could put the Linden overlay on if that's.
Oh, that would be very helpful.
It looks to me on this one that districts 13, 7, 9, and 12 were not changed from the original Linden configurations.
Yeah, it looks like some slight changes were made to 2. But 9 and 7 and 13 are the same. 12 is the same. 4 is the same. So it looks like the changes are 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 10, and 11.
Thank you. That's helpful. Does anyone remember working on this and have specific things they want to say about why we made it look this way?
Well, I think that this was the first one that created that District 1 that goes from downriver up through Belle Isle. I think later revisions do not include Taylor, but in this first one it did. And then you have a District 3 that is pretty much the rest of Detroit going from the east side on the border of Grosse Pointe and Grosse Pointe Woods up through most of central Detroit, Hamtramck. Yes, and Commissioner Curry, I see your hand.
Yes, I believe, didn't I work on that one too, starting off? This first one, this is the very first one we started on. Because I think I took that river all the way up.
You did.
Like
You
it,
did.
yeah. Yeah, and I didn't like it, so that's why I kind of did my own version of redid it. Okay, just wanted to know. And that's number what? 343, version 2 or 1? Version 1.
Yes, ma'am. On the portal site, it's plan number 343.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I think the other changes were they're a little hard because we kept those other districts the same, especially District 7 over there. That and N13 on the other side. It boxed us in a little bit with District 6.
And if I may, Livonia was made whole in District 6. I think that was a change that was intentional.
Okay, thank you.
In this one, you also have districts 8 and 10 that are mainly District 8 in Oakland County, crossing 8 Mile and going into Detroit a little bit, and District 10 being mainly Macomb County, Warren, well, like half of Warren, East Point center line, but likewise crossing over 8 Mile into the northeast portion of Detroit.
Great. I think that's enough description for that. Mr. Reed.
Excuse me, before you take it down, can I ask if anybody in the audience likes, say, 2, 3, 8, are there districts you don't like, districts you do like up there?
Darwin Griffin again. I'm looking at the boundaries and that's what's really catching my attention is 7, 8, and 10. And especially how that lower portion of 7, 8, and 10 go into Detroit. And I guess my question is there a particular reason why? Because I'm looking at those districts that go into Detroit, they're going into the districts in Detroit and the areas that have a higher propensity to vote. So that's my concern in terms of say, is it like, are you relegating the lower portion of those districts or those boundaries because you may not see as many voters engaged in the process versus the ones that are right there on the top? Because I'm looking at some of these and I'm seeing like, you're seeing Sherwood Forest, Green Acres. I'm looking at the, right there at 7 Mile Schaefer and going along that corridor. And then I'm looking also in terms of, say, a little bit going on the western portion when I'm seeing like District 7, where you see that higher level of voters that get out and vote, especially like in the Evergreen, Burt Road, Telegraph, in that area. So that's my concern, when I see that part. So thank you for asking that question.
I'm not sure if Commissioner Curry still has her hand up.
Commissioner Curry?
Yes, I wanted to let the gentleman know that I redid a version of the first one that we did, so he can look at that when we get to it. The gentleman that just sat down.
Yeah, he heard you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mhm. Okay, I think we're done with this one then. I recognize this is going to take a long time. It doesn't all have to be my turn, but I think it's worth it going through.
I think this is hugely helpful. This is great. I think it's good for the public and it's good for us. It's perfect.
Mr. Fink, do you have something to add?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you're going to be going through each of these methodically to sort of take a step back and get a sense of where things are, I think it's important to explicitly consider the constitutional criteria. I think you're sort of generally touching on those concepts, but I think it's important to discuss those criteria explicitly. And I know you've done that as you were going through the mapping process for each of these maps, but it may make sense to do some of that here. I think Commissioner Zatella has her hand up, and Commissioner Curry.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I would just say, I think this is probably useful at a later point, not necessarily right now, because we're still supposed to be mapping. And it's not like we've reached a point where everybody has said, okay, I'm comfortable with what we have. Let's analyze and compare at this point. So I feel like this is perhaps a bit premature considering we're still in the mapping phase.
Commissioner Curry, did you still have your hand up? You're muted, Commissioner Curry. We can't hear you.
Yeah.
There you go.
I feel like what Commissioner Rebecca said concerning, we should wait till we get through and see which ones we're gonna keep, and then decide if they're the deviations and everything is good.
Commissioner Kellum?
Thank you, Chair. I understand the need for productivity, so I get the comments by Commissioner Crane and Commissioner Zatella, but I also think that we've asked the public to show up and speak up, and the engagement that just happened is necessary for us to have an informed mapping process. We've drawn blind before, and so to have Detroiters do exactly what we're asking them to do and to do it live, I think will make us all better moving forward. So I think us going through it provides a record for those watching. It provides a good record for us that are continuing to map. And it also encourages the public to remain engaged so that they understand, because just in the last week, we have over 11 maps. And that's one of the reasons, besides watching, that I started a new map, because the changes that are being made are varied and multiple. So I think it is very helpful just for educational reasons and participation to continue to describe the maps.
Well, I'd like to know if I could just put the one that I worked on by myself up so they can look at it and see if they kind of like it.
Yeah, we'll get there, everyone. But it is 12:30, and it is time for us to break for lunch. So we will return to Commissioner Orton after lunch, after public comment. At this
Chair?
time,
Can I make a point? Because I just want to rebut something for the public before we break. This commission has
Sure,
never.
go ahead, Commissioner Sotelo.
Yeah, this commission has never drawn blind. So we received almost 30,000 public comments last time. So I just think characterizing what we've done before as being blind is not accurate. And I think that should be corrected. Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to recess.
So be.
Motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to recess by Commissioner Lett and a second by Commissioner Muldoon. Is there any debate on the motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Orton? Did you have debate?
No, they are.
Oh, okay. Hearing no debate, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the motion to recess, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will recess until 1:30.
Yes, we will. We do play the junkie. Yeah. Wait, the monkey bars. Yeah.
Okay.
मुझे तो ठंड का परमिशन नहीं। उनका और बेसमेंट 3 दिन तो ठहरा।
किधर आ जाना था?
अभी तो इधर राउट है, उधर भी कुछ मुलाकात हुआ।
चलिए जहाँ भी अल्लाह सुब्हान तआला को ईमान फैलाना हो ना, बंदे भेज देते हैं। आप पाकिस्तान से? ये पाकिस्तान से। आप लोग? बांग्लादेश। बांग्लादेश से। आप भी आप पाकिस्तान से? ये बांग्लादेश है। बांग्लादेश से।
सारे बांग्लादेश।
Mr. Interpreter, you're unmuted. यहाँ पे भी हमारे आपको मिलेंगे मुनव्वर।
जी ऑलरेडी मुलाकात हुआ उनके साथ।
हुआ मुनव्वर है बांग्लादेश का।
बांग्लादेश का।
ओके उधर भी हैं, उधर भी हैं बांग्लादेशी।
कौन? हमजा?
हमजा में।
ओ हमजा में, अच्छा।
हमजा में है बांग्लादेश।
यहाँ पे कितनी पुरानी सदी कितनी है मस्जिद में? How many 44 months brothers?
मसाजिद को
नहीं, मस्जिद में साथी जो है ना 4 महीने का, कितनी है यहाँ पे? कितनी? हाँ कितने
पीपल है?
4 महीने के, 4 महीने के साथी।
4 महीने के कितने बंदे हैं यहाँ पर?
हाँ 4 महीने के।
4 महीने लगाए हैं।
4 महीने लगे हैं, राइट।
हसन है बहुत कम लोग।
अच्छा।
जहीर भाई के चले गए हैं यहाँ से, तो मुझे सही इल्म नहीं है भाई। मैं गलत इंफॉर्मेशन पूरी बात होगी।
नमाज तो 2 बजे।
नमाज 2 बजे।
2 बजे।
नमाज 2 बजे है। ये टाइम मच्छर मुझसे बहुत होते हैं यहाँ पे। यही आप ये देखिए कि फजर के वक्त तकरीबन।
Hello, this is the other interpreter speaking, so you know you're unmuted. Just so you know you're unmuted.
तकरीबन और 2 हो जाते, 1.5 से ज्यादा। डेढ़ से भी हो जाता, तो ये भी रह जाती।
सबसे ज्यादा कौन सा वक्त होता है? मगरिब।
मगरिब में बहुत होता है, असर में भी होते हैं और जुमे में बहुत होता है।
Megan from MDOS, do you mind muting the interpreter?
It's coming right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
जोहर में बहुत कम।
He can literally talk me into anything. I told her, no more toys under any circumstance. No, I left with 3 toys.
All right, everyone, we're going to be starting momentarily. Everyone take their seats, please.
Nice try. Wait, you convinced me to do that, and I'm all for it. Keep talking, person.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually.
Welcome back, everyone. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:36 p.m. Department of State, can we get a roll call, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, please indicate that you're in the meeting by saying present when I call your name. If your location, your physical location has changed, please indicate that when I call your name. I'll call commissioners alphabetically. The first commissioner would be Commissioner Andrade,
Present.
Commissioner Callahan, Commissioner Curry,
Present.
Commissioner Ede,
Present.
Commissioner Kellum,
Present.
Commissioner Lang,
Present.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella,
Present.
Commissioner Valette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner,
Present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Callahan, Mr. Chair, you have 12 commissioners present at roll call. You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
At this time, we will return to public comments. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. We will start with the live public comment. There are 2 rounds of public comment today, the first being 3 minutes. And if your remarks are not concluded, you are more than welcome to sign up for an additional round that will last 2 additional minutes. I will call you by your name. First up, I believe for her second comment is Regina Williams. No? Okay. You sure? Okay. Mr. Kevin McNamara.
I'd sign up for the additional 2 minutes.
Sure.
My name's Kevin McNamara, and I am currently the supervisor in Van Buren Township. We came before this board in 2021, or excuse me, 2018. And this board did a wonderful thing. They joined Van Buren Township, Belleville, and Sumter Township together as a community of interest. We got a Senate candidate all in one area and a House of Representative candidate all in one area. We don't care about if it's Republican or Democrat. We just want to be together. It works for us. We do everything together, and I'll tell you a few things we do together. But I'm going to tell you what happened because you did put us together. We worked so much together that we started, when ARPA money came down, we knew we could get about $10 million. We did. But we didn't put it in parks. We didn't put it in community centers. We got together and decided that we needed a bridge fixed. It went to infrastructure. It went to infrastructure that helped out all 3 communities. That's what power you guys have to control over things that we do. So I just want to talk about a few things that we do. The tri-communities, our tri-communities share land boundaries. We have resources in public services. We share public services. We share public safety. We share dispatch. We share mutual aids with our fire department. We have a Belleville Lake that we all share. We host collaborative community events. All of our parades are together in Belleville. We have a shared population. Everybody gets married, interbreed, whatever. They all stay together. So we share a court system there. We also have a district library that we all share. We share a museum that we just put in jointly, about $400,000 to build it back up. We pay to maintain it jointly. We just signed a deal with the Boys and Girls Club to provide joint recreation, Van Buren's facilities, but everybody's allowed in. And we're going to have flag football and tackle football and baseball and everything else, like basketball and things like that. We have a joint Rotary Club. We have a joint Council of the Arts, which is does all of our concerts and things like that. We have a new theater group that we just formed up. We also have strategic planning and joint planning. I just helped write a law for Sumter Township on how signage was going to affect Sumter Township. It's going to be a law in Sumter Township, not Van Buren, but it affects us because it's signage that our people see. We are going to help them by redistricting a road that goes into their town So replan a commission so they can get a community. They don't have any sewer, so they can't get any grocery stores. But if we redo a certain section, they can come into our community, build a grocery store, Tractor Supplies wants to come, and help out Sumter Township. We work together, but we really need your help staying together. We didn't know this was going down. We found out about it last Thursday. And when we found out about it, when we checked into it, we thought that it was all, that we were okay. We saw your old maps. We didn't see the new maps that just came out that cut us up. So we worked quickly. Belleville took it out and got a resolution. They walked it onto the board on Monday. It's that important to us. Van Buren did a resolution signed by its council or its board of trustees, and they did theirs last night. Sumter is doing theirs next week because that's when their board meets. But I have 10 of these, and I hope you guys keep us together. Do you have any questions, or am I allowed to do that?
Are there any questions? Commissioner Orton?
Yes, Mr. McNamara.
Yes.
Van Buren Township, Belleville, and what was the other?
Sumter Township.
Okay, thank you.
Really does help. Thank you.
I believe those are in the current Senate District 5.
Sorry.
Current Senate District 5 or 4?
4.
The current Senate District 4?
I don't know what you just said. I don't know my number. Yeah.
It's 4. They're currently in 4.
Okay. We really love what we have. We get along great with Ramos and Tater. We like our senator. You know, if I get to ask what I really want, I would really like it be left alone. It's great what you did.
Thank you. And we can take those documents.
Okay.
You can just give them to
Okay.
Executive Director Woods over there.
Once again,
Let people know. Tell them to come out.
Van Buren, Sumter, and what? Belleville.
Thank you.
Chair, I would like to acknowledge for the record that Commissioner Callahan has joined. Commissioner Callahan, can you state that you're present?
Present.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional virtual public comment?
Yeah.
We do not. There was just the morning sign up. I do see that Commissioner Lang has her hand up.
Commissioner Lang?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just asking if possibly I do see attendees that Mr. Scannell is online. And I know this morning he had said that he signed up for 2 public comments, but when he gave his first, he said he had to leave and he was hoping he'd get to speak again. I was wondering if maybe we could afford him that opportunity. It seems like we have the time to do that. If he wants it, obviously.
Sure, I don't have a problem with that. Is that possible at this moment?
I would suggest making a motion and having a vote on it just so that we have the record clear.
I move that we allow Mr. Scannell to give his second public comment.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Scannell, if you'd like to speak.
Appreciate it. Second round. Thank you so much, Commissioner Lang, for thinking about that. And yeah, I wish I could have spoken the second time when it came up, but I was subpoenaed in court. I had to be there, so I really couldn't. Anyway, I not affiliated with Democrats or Republicans, and I don't know why anyone would, but that's their decision. Definitely from the downriver and community, and now in Southwest Detroit, so in District 1 and 2, where I spend most of my time, sometimes 4. And between those, I don't really go outside of those areas too much, but yeah, I'm just happy to watch this process, and I love the engagement and all the technical effort that had to go into it with the cameras and the audio. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. Next up, we will return to in-person public comments. Up next, we have Sharky Haddad. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And can you hear me good?
Yeah. Yes.
My wife always tells me I'm the loudest person in the house, so there's advantage to that. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for being part of this process, and thank you for your service for all Michiganders. My name is Sharky Haddad, and I have been a resident of the state of Michigan since 1977, when I immigrated to this great country. Take that back, the greatest country in the world. And I have been a resident of Michigan ever since. I happen to be a Chaldean American, and the Chaldean community in Michigan lives mainly in Oakland County and Macomb County. Unlike some of the biggest myth or misconception out there that Chaldeans, because they come from Iraq, they live in the Dearborn area in Wayne County. We do not have any family that lives in Dearborn area. I'm here today to explain to you how the Chaldean community needs to have a strong voting block, and that the fact that they live in pockets of Oakland County and Macomb County, by you dividing them, or not you necessarily, in 2022, you have divided the community of Sterling Heights, where it has the largest Chaldean population. 25% of the total population of Sterling Heights happen to be Chaldean Americans. So out of 80,000, that's about 20,000 Chaldeans. It was divided in half. And by doing that, it diluted the vote of the Chaldeans in Sterling Heights. I'm here to beg you not to do the same thing again. We have Chaldeans that live in Sterling Heights. The largest Chaldean population lives in the West Bloomfield, greater West Bloomfield area. We have Chaldeans who live in Farmington Hills, Bloomfield Hills, city of Warren, and now they're moving up north to Shelby Township and other townships within Macomb County. I'm here to also answer any questions you might have about the Chaldean American community or communities in southeastern Michigan. I'm here to overcome any misconceptions about them that might help you to do your job better when you are dividing the districts in the state of Michigan. Any questions for me?
We do have a couple. We'll start with Commissioner Zatella.
I would just like to thank you for offering that distinction, because I think it's a distinction that members of this commission have maybe not had some insight into, that Middle Eastern doesn't only mean Muslim, it includes Christian communities as well, which is what the Chaldean community mostly is, and that those individual communities may have different voting preferences as well, which is when Dr. Lisa Hanley provided some analysis to us, that is what she confirmed, is that the Chaldean community tends to vote differently from the Middle Eastern Muslim community that predominantly resides in the Dearborn area. So I thank you for bringing that to our attention. I do have a question for you in terms of, you mentioned quite a few areas where the Chaldean community resides. And, you know, one of the challenges we always face when drawing these districts is population. And so I know we previously had combined Troy with the western portion of Sterling Heights with the belief that that was putting together most of the Chaldean community together. Is there a different configuration that you would have us draw that would be preferential rather than that configuration that we did before?
So yes, thank you for that question. First, I heard you say most Chaldeans are Christian. Let me state to everybody here that all Chaldeans are Roman Catholics. All Chaldeans are Catholics. Now, we don't belong to the we belong to the Roman Catholic Church, but we do not belong to the Detroit Catholic Archdiocese. We have our own separate hierarchy that connects us directly to the Pope in Rome. The reason for that is because Chaldeans became Catholics recently, about 500 years ago. So therefore, the Pope back then decided to give us a separate name and a separate route to the Roman Catholic Church. Now, going back to your question, yes, by dividing, first of all, Troy has the another large Chaldean population. So if you were to divide the districts, it would be great if you can say, keep Troy as Troy, one district, and then keep Sterling Heights within one district. By doing that, you are giving the Chaldean vote in the Troy community a very strong voice, as well as the Chaldean vote in Sterling Heights community a very strong voice, and you're not diluting their voting power. Now, let me also share with you that many Chaldeans, because they are Christians and they come from the Middle East, mainly the country of Iraq, the state of Iraq, that is majority Muslims, that Chaldeans faced persecutions there. They, until today, are facing persecutions. Chaldeans never got involved in politics. Chaldeans never voted. Chaldeans never got involved in community projects, just like the Jewish community. We never got involved. Why? Because every time something went sideways in that country, the first people who would get the short end of the stick, the consequences of that, are the minorities, the Jewish people of Iraq and the Christian people of Iraq. They bring it the same mentality to the United States of America. That's why many of them, when they first immigrated here, refused to vote, refused to even register to vote, thinking that it's the same thing that's going to happen to them that happened to their ancestors in Iraq. We're trying to educate the Chaldean American community that voting in the United States is a right, is a privilege, and that they need to participate in the voting process. By you dividing the Sterling Heights Chaldean community, you are working against our effort in educating them and encouraging them to vote and become productive citizens of the United States.
Thank you. We also have Commissioner Lang.
First, let me say thank you for taking time out of your day to be here. The Chaldean community of interest is one that we heard about a lot, and I know that we did try to embrace that. I, on recent maps, was trying to embrace that too. So I guess my question to you is, have you been to our mapping portal? And if not, is there a way you could go in there and possibly draw or submit a public comment that might say, okay, if you encompass this road to this road, you would get the majority of my community, just so we can truly understand. Like for me, I'm from rural northern Michigan, so I'm not as familiar as some commissioners. So I want to understand, when you talk about your community of interest, where it is, to make sure that the way I envisioned it is actually the way that you see it.
So thank you for that question. I will do better than that. I will go back and pull out the maps that you referred to, and I will circle the communities where the Chaldeans are residing in large numbers. That way, when you look at the map and you look at the circled area, pockets of the Tri-County area, you'll be able to see the bulk of the Chaldean community. And I will also make recommendations for you of the major communities that we would like for you to keep intact, such as Sterling Heights, West Bloomfield Township, Farmington Hills, where we have a very large Chaldean community, and as well as Shelby Township and the city of Warren.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kellum.
Hi, thank you. This time I'm right in front of you. Hi, sir. I appreciate the insights that you offer, and also your acknowledgement that other minority communities relate to some of the things that you've been through. So when you submit your suggestions, I would just ask that you also, if you could, take into account that there are other communities of interest, not exactly like yourself, but in the Detroit area, where when we're drawing for your area, we also have to make considerations for other surrounding areas. So this provides a unique opportunity. You know, we're charged with listening and taking all of that into account, but piecing together what that looks like as this mosaic of communities of interest and human beings. So that would be great insight if you could keep that holistic view in mind.
Absolutely, and I totally respect that, and I totally understand why the African American communities within the Detroit area were very upset about the previous redistricting, because that really, in my opinion, personal opinion, was not fair to the minority votes within the city of Detroit. Let me also go over some of the misconceptions that many people have about the Chaldeans. Chaldeans speak 3 languages. We speak our mother tongue, which is the modern Aramaic language that was spoken by Jesus Christ. Until today, in our church, we pray, we read and write the modern Aramaic language. In addition to that, we read and write Arabic. Why? Because we went to Arabic schools in Iraq, and Aramaic language was not taught there, was taught only in the churches. And then, of course, in addition to that, we speak English, but the latest generation may not read and write Aramaic. It's a very tough language to learn how to read it and write it, but it's mainly spoken in the households. Chaldean-owned businesses in Detroit and southeastern Michigan. Walsh College did a study last year, and they discovered that over 60% of Chaldean households own at least one business in metropolitan areas. Again, Chaldeans do not live in Dearborn. Chaldeans do not live in Detroit. Chaldean do not live in downriver or up north. Chaldean live mainly in Macomb and Oakland County. And any other questions?
Well, as a Chaldean American, thank you for being here today. Very much appreciate it. I agree with everything you said. As far as, I grew up in West Bloomfield, so the West Side. I'm not as familiar with Sterling Heights as I didn't grow up there. I think most of our districts do a good job of encompassing the community on the West Side, but in Sterling Heights specifically, it's 80,000 people. Senate districts are almost 270,000. So just a quick question. What areas would you combine with Sterling Heights to support the community?
Where?
Yeah, what areas would you combine with Sterling Heights to support the community?
So the bulk of the Chaldean community is in Sterling Heights. Is the center, ground zero is 15 Mile and Ryan Road. And if you would to go 5 miles each direction, south, north, east, west, you will have the bulk of the Chaldean community there.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And again, thank you for your service to the state of Michigan. Have a great day.
That concludes our in-person public comments. At this time, we will return to mapping. We were working with Commissioner Orton. And once again, we will be here until 7 p.m. For anyone watching who might want to come through, we're at the Pearls Event Center in Southfield. As long as you're signed up before 7, you will be heard. Commissioner Orton, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I think Mr. Stegall is helping at this point.
Yeah, depending what you request.
So, okay. Well, so we started with the oldest completed map, and I was kind of picturing coming forward and looking at those and doing the description, which could be put on the website. But I wonder, before we go on to the next one, if Commissioner Curry, could we pull up your map and look at it? I noticed it's not on the mapping portal yet, but if we go over it today and if you request, then it could be put up on the portal so people can make comments about it. Is that okay?
Sure.
We also have Commissioner Weiss.
There we go. Commissioner Weiss, do you have your hand up? He may be frozen. We will come back to Commissioner Weiss. So this is the plan for Commissioner Curry.
So Commissioner Curry, if you can, just like you did the other day, if you could just kind of talk us through it as Mr. Morgan, shows us the map, then I think the Secretary of State's office can take their notes, so we can put it on the portal.
Yes, okay. I didn't like the way that I had drew the first map. Bringing the Detroit area all the way around towards the river. So I thought I wasn't pleased with it because I added Melvindale and Allen Park, and I realized that and Lincoln Park, they needed to be together. So I kind of went around there and put well, designed it like that. I kept Allen Park, Melvindale, and River Rouge and Lincoln Park kind of together. Well, kind of together. And the way I put it, I thought the deviation was pretty good. Then I just kept trying to keep the contiguous ones together, those that had a lot of things in common together, such as keeping Dearborn with Dearborn Heights and Inks and all of them, Allen Park together, with Taylor, a little bit of Taylor. I just tried to keep them all contiguous together. And I was just kind of just drawing it so it would average the population out and the partisan fairness and I wanted to keep everything together and not go over the population and keep the lopsided margin together and trying to keep everything together. So I was just kind of going and telling John, move this here and move that there. And this is what I came up with. So I kind of liked it better than the first drawing I did. And this is what I did. It's too close.
Thank you, Juanita.
If you could push it out some. Who's working that, John or Ken?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
This is John.
John, okay, if you push it out some, I can see it better.
Okay, is that zoomed out the way you want it?
A little bit more.
Okay, closer or more out?
More out.
Okay.
So I was kind of pleased with how I put it this way. And it looks a little bit more better. And then we worked on the population. And so the population worked out pretty good. And the efficiency gap and everything kind of worked out. So that's the way I wanted to keep it. And I was pleased with that more so than where I started on the first one. So any questions?
Okay, thank you, Juanita. I think Nate Fink wanted us to state on the record. So if you would state on the record that, did you use race when you were drawing this? Did you follow the criteria?
Absolutely not race at all. In fact, I just tried to keep up with the criteria, keep everything within population, keep everything within the partisan fairness and the lopsided margin. I wanted everything to be kept together. So that's the way I was going, trying to keep the population not over, not too under, keep everything together, the lopsided margin and the efficiency gap, keep everything together. So that's what I was looking at, more so than race. In fact, I didn't look at race at all. I don't think at all, did I, John? I just went.
No, we didn't look at any. We didn't look at any race numbers. We used the same matrix that we've used here in the public sessions.
Thank you, Juanita.
And I'm pleased with it. Thank you.
So, Mr. Morgan or Mr. Stegall, we can put this on the mapping portal now so that the public can view it.
That's Commissioner Curry said, go ahead and do that. It sounds
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. We'll upload that tonight and that'll be on the portal. It'll have Commissioner Curry's initials on it to distinguish it from the collaborative maps.
Thank you.
Chair, I would like to acknowledge that Commissioner Weiss has had his hand up.
Commissioner Weiss, back with us?
Yes, since Commissioner Orton, you have started, I guess, like a review of the maps, which I think is a good idea. Mr. Segal stated that we had about 11. I'm wondering at this time if it might not be a bad idea to maybe, instead of the names that we have them listed under the date and all that, if we were maybe to give them a name, which might make it easier for the public to say, well, we like this map better than that map, versus having to go through and, the date and all that stuff, just like we did in the other maps. Flower dates, trees, tree names, something. If that would be something we ought to do now with the maps that are finished. Thank you.
Mr. Stegall, do you have?
Yes, earlier I said we had 11 complete maps. It's actually 13. Went back and counted correctly. It's 13 entire completed plans.
So may I speak? Okay. I think that's a good idea. I think it would be much less confusing for everyone if we had a name attached to each of our completed plans as we go through. But then we have to have the whole discussion about what type of names are we doing.
That's why I just put JC by mine. So I didn't know what you all would want to do.
Commissioner Callahan?
I was just wondering on that count of 13 completed maps, are all 13 out on the portal now?
Yes, ma'am. They're all 13 are out there and they have the word complete beside them rather than
And they're all either number, what was it, 343 or higher?
Yes, the lowest number is, I have them all written down here, but yeah, 343 is the beginning, is the first complete plan.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Orton, still your turn. Oh, Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, I just have, from my recollection, we have a lot of we have 13 maps, but a lot of them derive from the same maps with very small changes. And I would think we would hold off naming them until we have a list of, maps that are different enough that they can be named and not just tweaks on them, which I know I've done some maps where I changed just a little bit here and there, and I don't know that it deserves a whole new name. So I'd put off on naming for now.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I also think naming them is something we should wait on because we haven't submitted any of these maps for VRA analysis yet. And last time we didn't name the house maps until after they had gone for VRA analysis, I don't believe. And that I would just be worried we're going to create a bunch of names and then potentially have maps that are problematic and not be able to continue to use those maps. So.
Okay, well, back to what I was originally doing. So we started with that first completed map. And we had gone through it and kind of given a description, but then Mr. Fink suggested that we state publicly on the record that we followed the criteria and that we did not use race. So if you could bring that one up, Kent, so we can see it?
The first plan is 0424 V2. It
Okay.
is right here. And this is on the portal site, it's 343.
Thank you. Okay, so I remember when we created this one, we did it mostly from population and communities of interest. We did not look at race. We had no race data available, and we just followed the criteria. Is that sufficient statement?
I know you're looking at me, Commissioner Orton, but I believe that that was a suggestion from your attorney, Nate Fink. So I'm not sure if Mr. Fink wants to weigh in on that one.
I don't see him. We'll call that good.
I think it's good. We didn't look at race for any of these collaborative maps.
Right.
We've done them all
Right.
here live. Let's continue. We got a few
Okay.
more to go through.
So, Mr. Stegall, could we close this one and go to the next completed plan chronologically?
So the next plan is 0424 V4. And it is on the plan number 344 on a portal site. 344.
Okay, can anyone speak to how this was drawn or if it came from the previous plan?
Mr. Fink?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I had a little bit of a connection issue, but I was just looking at the transcript and I see that someone asked if I wanted to weigh in on something. So I'd like to know what it is that I'm being asked to weigh in on. I mean, I'm happy to weigh in on something even without a question posed, but I know that you've been reviewing or discussing doing a review of the completed maps.
That is correct.
Okay. But
we were reviewing the maps, and before we went to break, you had asked us. I'm sorry. Before the break, you had said that if we're going to go this route and review the maps, that there were some things we should consider adding to the record.
Right. Okay.
Acknowledging for the record.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're going to do and you've had a discussion about whether or not to even do this at this stage, but if you're going to go through and do a discussion of the maps, I'm not suggesting you do like a sort of complete and full, deliberation or anything on these maps. Because I think most importantly, you're still deep into mapping time, right? And so to the extent that you can use your time toward that, would be best. But if you're going to do a discussion of that, it wasn't necessarily just an explicit statement about not using race. Of course, during the collaborative maps, everybody can see the record is clear. We're not using any racial data for this mapping process. But what I had in mind was just the constitutional criteria, right? Just the ranked criteria, just sort of explicit acknowledgement of those factors, right? And so that to the extent that you can sort of tick down that list, I think that would be helpful. Commissioner Callahan, have a question?
Yeah, I don't think we're really engaging in any sort of deliberation or debate right now. We're just simply trying to see what we have, so that we can, efficiently continue to map. I think that's what Commissioner Orton was trying to accomplish.
So I agree with that.
Um,
Let me just say again why I suggested this in the first place. I unfortunately missed a huge chunk of the mapping time last week because I had a family emergency, I had a death in my family. And so I wasn't able to join in some meetings. And then I come back to the meetings and all of a sudden I'm kind of like a regular citizen here. I'm confronted with 12, 13 maps out on the portal that have no context to them. So in particular, when Commissioner Lang started her map out by saying, I wanted to draw a map that would take the concerns of the Jewish community into consideration. So I'm going to start up in District 7 and see where I can go from there. And that's so useful. All of a sudden, I understand what was her goal and what was her purpose. And the rest of the map kind of flowed out from that. The first map that we just opened up, I think Commissioner Orton stated that one of the things was to see what the map would look like if we made minimal changes. And so this map kind of flowed from that. If someone else opened up a map and started trying to do it, can they say it's because I don't think this treated such and such a community of interest very well, and I wanted to improve on that. So I made changes here, or I didn't work on that. I started my own map because what are we doing here? So I think if we just provide that kind of context at this point to the public, instead of expecting them to come in blind after a week of work and be confronted with 13 kind of the same maps, but kind of different, they have no way of knowing what we're trying to do. So let's provide some context. Later on, we can go through a formal analysis and run through every single criteria of did we do population, contiguousness with the voting. I mean, that's the formal thing once we get a little bit further along. But for now, can we just try to explain and capture in some high-level bullet points what each one of these maps is attempting to accomplish? I think that would give some context when the public comes to look at them as to what it's all about. I mean, that would be my goal for having this. And I think what Commissioner Orton started out with the first map was perfect. Just what Commissioner Lang did as well when she stated this map, she was trying to accommodate the Jewish community, which hadn't been discussed before. So, okay, we can see the premise for how we got where we are. That's what would be helpful.
all right, so we have this map up now, 42424 SD Cole version 4. I think this is one of the ones, let's see, that Commissioner Zatella took kind of the lead on. I see there's a difference in districts 11 and 12 here. In District 6, I see Livonia is whole, extending into Farmington and Farmington Hills. In 5, I see Plymouth is with District 5. The District 2 in this one is the one that has been referenced by the folks from Access so far. District 9 and 7 seem to be pretty similar to what was in the original map. Commissioner Zatella. If you're speaking,
can
we
you hear
can't
me
hear
now?
you. There we go.
Sorry, I'm trying to switch to a different format. Can you guys still hear me?
We can.
Okay. So the primary purpose in this was adjusting that exactly what that man earlier was speaking about, where you have these small segments of Detroit and you're pulling them out and putting them into the suburbs where they are not going to have a say in anything. So it was really focused around fixing 6 and eliminating those small portions of Detroit, particularly Brightmoor and Redford, or not Redford, Rosedale and these other neighborhoods from Detroit that were put into the suburbs, reuniting Livonia and then making small adjustments around there as well to kind of accommodate for population, because obviously if you take a big chunk out, you have to fill it back in from somewhere else. So that was really the goal of this map, was fixing that. And then I also added the split on 11 and 12 to do that differently as well.
Okay. I think that's probably sufficient explanation for that map. So if we could go to the next completed.
Next map is 042524 V7. It's plan number 349.
We do have a public comment. Now might be a good time to take it while we're getting that map up. Mr. Steve Walker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So you'll have 3 minutes to start, and if you need more time, you can sign up for an additional 2.
I may need more time. I'm old and I talk slowly.
Welcome to have you have it.
Yeah, join the crowd. I live in the Latino section of Southwest Detroit. I'm currently in Senate District 2. It looks to me like most of the maps you have, I'll be moved into Senate District 1. There's so many maps, I'm not going to really speak directly to the maps, but I want to make 4 or 5 general comments. First of all, in terms of Latinos, I think in most cases you've got it right. The community really consists of Southwest Detroit and Lincoln Park. I think maybe some maps don't include Lincoln Park, but Lincoln Park is part of the community. In the census, they had 33% Latino population. The mayor tells me it's up to at least 40% now. And obviously, our community has various points of view, but I think you could say there's pretty much a consensus that we don't mind being in with Taylor. There's Latinos, who, of course, who live in Taylor, and now there's a new county commissioner who's Latino, lives in Taylor. We don't see the point of having Melvindale in our district. Years ago, it was different. Today, it's 60% Yemeni. I'm sure they don't want to be in with the Latinos. I'm sure they want to be in with the Arabs in Dearborn. On the other hand, I know Latinos that live in Southgate, but I don't really think we'd want a district that goes way down to Southgate and farther down river. Secondly, I agree with the access women who were here earlier this morning. I know friends who live in the Warrendale district in Detroit, the Warrendale area. If you drive along West Warren in that section, you can see all the signs that are printed in Arabic. So they're certainly right. That's really an Arabic. It has some Latinos in it and white people and others, but clearly a heavy influence of Arabs. And I'm sure they also would like to be in with Dearborn as well. The last point I'd like to make is I've been following the commission now for several years, and for the first time today, I took a closer look at your third priority, which says that you want to draw maps in relationship to the diversity of Michigan. Hadn't really paid that close attention previously. I assume you realize Michigan is roughly 15% Black. If you multiply 15% by the 38 state Senate districts, that gives you 6. Now, again, Blacks are spread out all over and way into Macomb County, so I don't see 8 Mile as a big barrier anymore. But in any case, it seems, oh, no, I need to wait my next 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh.
And no one else is here, so if you want.
Well, I'm going to make a point. I can sit down and wait for you to call me again. I don't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Huh? Right. Here's my point of view. It seems to me if Michigan is 15% Black and you're trying to accommodate the diversity of Michigan, your goal should be 6 minority majority districts. Your previous plan had 0, none, nothing. So obviously, if you're going to redraw lines again, it seems to me you ought to create some minority majority districts. Now, I realize this screwy Court of Appeals panel came up with their decision, but it seems to me you don't have to take race into account. Just draw districts in Detroit and we know what the result will be, and you don't have to look at the racial composition and all of that. But it seems to me you're drawing maps now that at the most have 2 or 3 districts. I really think you could do better, and I encourage you to do it. That's what the law says you're supposed to be doing. I think you ought to follow your own law.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Okay, Commissioner Orton.
Okay, Mr. Stigall.
So the plan we have up here now, here we go, is 04-25-24 version 7. And on the portal site, it's map number 349.
Thank you.
So this one has the same, or it looks like very similar Detroit districts, 1, 2, and 3. The way I tell that is you have the downriver plus Detroit district, and in this one, Highland Park and Hamtramck are split from each other, 1 and 3 and 1 and 1. But the difference between this and the one we were previously looking at seems to be mainly around districts 7, 8, and 9.
And I see that District 11 and 12 is similar to the one of the map that we just looked at. So it's split. So do we know if this came from the previous map? I don't recall how this one started.
Well, that District 9 that's we're looking at now is in most of the drafts that we've drawn so far. And that is different than the District 9 that is in Linden. We do not have to change District 9, but I think we saw that this configuration helped the whole map.
Chair,
Yes.
if I may answer Commissioner Orton's question, this was started based off of 042424 underscore SD underscore COL underscore version 2. If that helps.
Thank you.
She's
Commissioner
correct.
Zatello?
Which map is this?
Version 2.
On the portal site, it's map number 349. Also named 04-25-24 version 7.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you can close this one and go to the next one.
The next one up is 04-29 version 1. 04-29. Map number 350 on the portal site. 50.
Commissioner Zatello, is your hand still raised?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
So this is the map that I built off of, I believe, the 04-24 map that I made changes to this. This is the one that so many people have referenced, and the one that I called the perfect map because the mean, median, and the efficiency gap are almost at 0 on it. I am actually not in a position where I have a list of everything that I changed in this, but I did make a series of small adjustments, which I state while I'm doing it on the record. But the easiest thing for me would be, because I am traveling at this point. The easiest thing for me would be to submit a list of what was changed in it, because I always keep a list of everything I do in addition to stating it during the meeting. But this is the 350 and the one that the Middle Eastern.
I think she cut out.
I think you cut off there, Commissioner Zatello. Are you still with us?
Yeah, approximately when did I cut out?
You were just saying that the one that the Middle Eastern community has referenced, I believe, is what you were saying.
Oh, and that's all I said. I just stopped.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then we can go on to the next. Mr. Stegall.
I think if you look at 13 and 6 in this one, there's a lot of that in the other maps as well. You see the part of 6 that juts up above the county boundary. We've done that on a lot of the maps, and we have 13 instead of going down into the Plymouth area, instead sticks with Novi and incorporates Farmington and Farmington Hills back in with 13.
Thank you.
So next up is 042924 version 2, plan number 351.
Commissioner Zatello.
So this is the second map I drew that same day. And the only difference between this and version 1 is 11 and 12. So 11 and 12, and I believe version 1 is split differently and includes Sterling Heights and the Grosse Pointes together with part of Fraser and more of the internal part of Macomb County. Version 2 has the very similar to the initial split that we had in the Linden map. So that's the differences between the two maps.
Thank you.
351.
This is 351.
0429.
24 V2. Sorry. On to the next one.
Yes, while you're going on to the next one, maybe we can do the.
Yeah, we do have another public commenter, Mr. Norman Clement. Welcome back, Norman.
Thank you for having me. Welcome back. Number one, thank you guys for doing this again. Congratulations on the first map you guys did, working on that, really understanding. I'm commenting about this map here. Make sure that we understand the movement of people in the process, understand that there's more Black population in Warren now, also in Ferndale, also in Farmington Hills. So this notion of just being one place or one place only in Detroit, it's something that there's movement of people all over the place. Black folks live all over the state of Michigan. So we should not just get caught up on the number they only live in Detroit, because what that happens is that you only put the population in small representation. You get representation, but you really don't get power. You get representation as an illusion. And so we want to value the movement of people. So also value the representation of Southfield's population, the representation of Northfield population. People move all over the time. And also with the partnerships of school districts, I'm thinking about Ferndale area with partnerships a lot with Palmer Park, Palmer Woods area. And so that boundary is going. So as we saw in the NFL draft, communities have grown all over the state of Michigan. So let's understand that I like the map 350 that she showed up, but there's also a better map that captures a lot of that is the one 349. That map right there has done a pretty good job of looking at that. And also, we do want to take into consideration another consideration race has to be taken in, but we also keep in mind the partisan fairness. I'm thinking not just Democrat and Republican, but also independent voters. That's partisan fairness also. So I just wanted to keep a look at that. You guys are doing a good job. Consider everything that we said, and I'm also submitting maps also. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clement.
Okay, Mr. Stigall, do you have the next one?
Okay, we're looking at Plan 04, 29, 24, version 4, and it's plan number 353 on the portal.
You, yeah, that's good. Thanks. Okay, do any commissioners remember working on this one, and there are specific things that you changed?
Yeah, I think we all kind of worked on this one. There are some changes from the map we were just looking at, but it also looks similar to what we were just looking at. I'm not sure what number this was based on, but the first thing I noticed is District 12 is not changed from the Linden Senate map. I see some differences between District 3 and 8. While you still have that downriver plus Detroit district in District 1, this version has an 8 that's Detroit and Warren, but it recombines Highland Park with Hamtramck. And then looking more north, this one has Troy being combined with Sterling Heights and parts of Warren. And in District 2, you also have a little bit of a different configuration. It goes down into Southgate instead of having Lincoln Park be included in that district. I see Commissioner Zotella.
Yeah, I believe this map was started by Commissioner Andrade, and that was what she started with, was switching District 2. So instead of including Lincoln Park, it included Southgate. I believe this was built off of 0424. I'm not sure which version, but it still, if you notice, has that original District 6 that combines those most western neighborhoods in Detroit with Livonia.
Okay, thanks for the explanations. We go on to the next one.
The next plan is 050225 V1, and it's plan number 355.
So I think I started this one, and I think I started with the last plan and wanting to keep what we had for most of Oakland and Macomb counties, but have a different configuration in Detroit, because all the previous ones we looked at were very similar in Detroit. So this is the one that has the 3 separate Detroit districts, the District 1 being downriver curving around Dearborn, District 3 having the middle of Detroit and downtown Detroit up through Hamtramck and Highland Park, and a District 8 that's the east side of Detroit up through Warren. Sterling Heights and Troy, instead of being put with Warren, is put with Madison Heights here. But I think everything else is the same. 7 is a little different due to how District 3 is configured. But I believe that districts 5, 6, and 13 are the same as what we were just looking at.
Thank you. Next map.
The next one up is 0507 version 7, and it is map number 359. And it just shut down. I'll be right back with the reload the auto valve.
So what we have left is what we did yesterday.
Yeah,
Five, seven,
those are
right?
the ones, the 5-7 maps, and Ryan is working on putting the attachments up for those. That's correct. And also the individual commissioner maps that were looked at.
So here we are on the screen with 05, 07, 24, V7, which would be plan number 359 map. Yep.
Okay.
So I worked on this one yesterday. It is the same configuration as a couple maps ago where we saw the District 8 that reconfigured it so Highland Park and Hamtramck were included in District 8, but kept that downriver district. I think the only thing different here is some relatively small changes in District 6. That part of Northville. I always get confused. That is Northville, correct? Right. So previously, Northville was not whole in District 6. It is in this one. 13 added one precinct from 23 into 13 to make up for that population difference. I think Commissioner Zatella actually made that change earlier in the day on a map she was working on, and I thought it was a good change, so I put it in this. But that should be the only difference. It's still, this is the same one that has Troy being with Sterling Heights and parts of Warren.
Great. Thank you for the explanation. Good memory. So next map, please.
Next map is 0507 version 6, which is map number 360 on the website.
So same deal here. It was adopting some edits that were made in other maps into here around districts 6 and 13. And this one also changed District 2 to be more in line with map 350 from earlier. But if you recall, the one we looked at a few minutes ago that had those 3 Detroit districts, it's the same thing, just with those edits around.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next map, please.
Next up is 0507 V5, and it's map 361.
Okay, so this one has a little bit different Detroit configuration. Does anyone claim any parts of this map to explain? No one's claiming it.
So this one splits Highland Park and Hamtramck again, like one of the ones we configured towards the beginning. So there is that Detroit district.
Which map is
Go ahead,
this?
Commissioner Zatello.
Which map is this?
This is
I'm sorry, go ahead, Chair.
This is from yesterday, 05/07/24, version 5.
Thank you.
So I did work on that one. My notes say I put in the original 12 and just made changes to 10 and 11. I'm not sure what map that was based on. If those
Yeah,
were the-
so the issue that's happening right now is we started with V7. We probably should have started with the V1 and went to 7, but that's okay. But this, so let's go to V4, and I think it'll make this one more clear.
Okay, so we'll close this one. We can skip to V1. Maybe that would be best and pick up from there. So this is going to be 05/07/24 V1. And it's plan number 365. Yes, that's the map number.
Yes, this was a configuration that we had that I believe Commissioner Zatella worked on, and I see your hand.
Yeah, so we did things a little out of order yesterday. We actually, someone else was drawing, I think it was Commissioner Orton, was drawing version 3 first, and then I came in and did version 1. So I don't know that version 5 necessarily follows off of this or version 2. I think it follows off of the version 3 that was started, I think, I believe, by Commissioner Orton. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that. But this document was built off of 05/02/24 SD collaborative version 1, and it revises districts 11 and 12. It changes the boundary line in Detroit to include Banglatown and Rosedale Garden communities of interest that were split in the prior version. It also changes the line around 5 and 6 to accommodate more of the Native American community of interest in Westland and Garden City. It also moves Walled Lake into 13 and then completes Northville with Northville City because those were separated in the prior map. So those are the changes in this map.
Thank you. Okay, so now we can go to the
I
next.
have a question for Commissioner Zatella. What was that based on? Your map?
Which one? Oh, the origin map was 05/02/24 version 1.
Thank you.
Next up is 05/07 version 2, map number 364.
Okay, so this is also one of mine. So this map moved, the only change was to heal an error that was showing up online but did not show up in the version that John had with respect to the Southfield area. And then the other change, just to clarify, this was built off of 04/24/24 version 4, and it adds Roseville to 11 and moves Harper Woods to 10.
Okay, thank you. So next one.
And then last up is 05/07 version 4, map 362.
That's also one of mine. So this was built off of 04/29/24 version 1. It moves Roseville into 11, moves Harper Woods into 10. It puts Franklin into 13 instead of taking Southfield into 13. It also reunites Northville City together. And I believe that is it.
Okay.
This plan is map number 362. Do we want to look at V5 again to see that? That would be the last plan we've looked at right here.
Sure, pull that up, please.
So this map was brought up a few minutes ago, but this is the V5 that follows V4. If it comes up. Okay, this is V5. This is, like I said, this was brought up earlier.
Right, and this is the one that put District 12 to be the same as the Linden configuration. But otherwise was the same. John?
Yeah, and also that completes all the collaborative map reviews. We also looked at Commissioner Curry's maps, and if you wanted to, you have Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Lang have individual maps as well.
So I think as far as my purpose here, I wanted to see the different configurations and kind of have that basic list of reasoning behind each map and different communities of interest for the public as well as us to see what we have and where to go from here. And so we did the collaborative ones, we did Commissioner Curry's, and then Commissioner Lang had started us out with this type of format right before that. So I don't know if Commissioner Zatella has some, but anyway, the ones that should be all up on the mapping portal after today, right?
To clarify, we were going to put Commissioner Curry's map up for certain. Does Commissioner Lang or Commissioner Zatella want their individual maps posted or reserved for later dates?
Commissioner Zatella, I saw you had your hand up, then we'll go to Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I actually haven't submitted an individual map.
I'm sorry, I thought you had created one. My
No.
mistake, sorry.
That's all right. I mean, I probably will by the end of the day, but I have not done one yet.
Commissioner Lang?
Yes, I would like both of mine uploaded. That way, if there is public comment and if I need to make minor changes, I can before deciding which one I'm going to send to VRA. So if that's possible, I would like them both uploaded to the public.
Okay, we'll take care of that at the close of the session tonight, and we'll designate them by the commissioner's initials.
What struck me about the exercise we just did is how similar all of the configurations for Detroit are. They're basically two configurations. One that's like downriver with Detroit, downtown Detroit up until Grosse Pointe. And then the other that has the three where it curves around Dearborn and then has the two more central Detroit districts. I know there's another version that Commissioner Curry showed us earlier, and another one that Commissioner Kellum is currently working on. But perhaps for the next few days, we could try to work on some more Detroit-centered districts. So there's some more options out there. Commissioner Kellum, I think the one you and Commissioner Muldoon were working on, it was a little different. It's kind of, I don't want to say like stacks districts, but it said they're more like east to west looking, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the biggest difference is they're more Detroit centric. What I noticed about the maps that we have so far is they largely chunk out the center of Detroit instead of, I think in the map that myself and Commissioner Muldoon are or worked on in the past, it has that downtown downriver strip. I know Anthony Scannell mentioned he didn't particularly like that, but it also makes a district out of more central Detroit. And it excludes the optioning of skimming off the top of 8 Mile. So I think the method is different. I started drawing in Detroit as opposed to drawing the suburbs and then coming downward because I didn't want to be boxed in that way. So those are the coming soon details of that map.
Thank you. Commissioner Orden, does that complete your turn?
That completes my turn. Thank you.
Wonderful, and that is good timing. We're at 2:57. Are there any more folks in the room who have not spoken, who would like to speak? Or since both of you all spoken once, you're more than welcome to speak a second time for an additional 2 minutes.
Any thoughts about what you just saw?
Here. Hi, Norman Clement here again. Yeah, some of the maps guys were speaking of there are linear instead of vertical. Let's keep it also keep in mind some of those communities that do touch on the point of Dearborn, Detroit, they are the same community, some of the members there. So you just can't line item to separate Detroit and Dearborn because those communities intersect also. Thinking about the people that who live on that west part of town, especially off of can't think of the street, but they also go to River Rouge, they also go to Dearborn Heights, Dearborn Fortson. Also on the east side by Alta Road, a lot of students go to Grosse Point North as a heavily populated school area, and also Grosse Point South. So some of the edges of the Detroit and those areas have a lot of commonality with Grosse Point. And I'm thinking about East English Village area and stuff like that. So just keep those things in mind. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, with that said, I'll entertain a motion to recess.
Second.
We have a motion to recess by Commissioner Kellum and a second by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the commission is on recess. We will reconvene for our evening session at 4 p.m. We good to go? All right, you log into Zoom. Welcome back, everyone. I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:04 p.m. Department of State, if we could get a roll call.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, when I call your name, please say present. If your location has changed, please share that information as well. I'll begin calling commissioners alphabetically, starting with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang.
Present.
Commissioner Lett.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present.
Commissioner Valette. Commissioner Wagner.
Present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
And I'm going to go back to Commissioner Curry. Mr. Chair, you have 11 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
All right, at this time, we will return to mapping. Commissioner Orton has stated that she has completed her turn. So we'll move on to the next commissioner, being Commissioner Zatella.
We don't have any public comments right now?
Not at the moment.
Okay. All right, John, I'm gonna want to create a new map, but I want to base it off of, you get the number here.
Okay, you said you do not want to create a map, but you wanted to do something.
Nope, I want to build a new map off of 0424 version 4.
Okay.
So if you could make a copy of that map.
Okay, earlier Commissioner Lett started a plan with today's date and a version 1 number, but nothing was done on that. So if it's okay, we would use that number again.
I'm sorry, John, could you repeat that? You kind of broke up on me.
Sure. Earlier Commissioner Lett designated today's date version 1, but did not do anything to that map. So we could use version 1 in today's date or use version 2 in today's date.
So you actually saved the map already with version 1, or I'm not sure I'm understanding.
We'll just call it version 2 in case we need to revert. Okay.
So if you could let me know when you have that open. I would appreciate it.
Okay, just a moment. I'll share the screen. Okay, just a moment, please.
Mhm.
Okay, this should be a copy of the plan that you wanted us to look at.
Okay. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to delete out several districts.
Okay,
So I want you to delete 1, 2, and 3.
okay,
6 and 8.
okay.
And then 10 and 11.
10 and 11.
Yep.
Okay,
All right. So then we're going to start with District 6, which is over by Livonia. So I want you to assign Livonia and all of Farmington and Farmington Hills into District 6.
okay. The entire township or the unassigned portion?
The entire township.
And this will be District 10?
Well, it was originally 6, so I would prefer to keep it 6.
6
That area
is okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And you want it Farmington, Farmington Hills like that?
Farmington, Farmington Hills, and Livonia.
Okay,
All right. Then we're going to move into the Redford area. And we're going to take most of Redford, not going to be quite all of it. But if you could just start grabbing the middle of Redford and assigning it into 6, that would be great. And by middle, I mean north, south, middle kind of way, directionally.
so north of 96?
Yeah.
Okay,
All right. See here. Trying to look on a little screen. Okay. So you see how it kind of steps down like a wedding cake just south of where you selected? So the easternmost edge of Redford, I don't want you to select those last 3 precincts. I want you to leave those, but I want you to select everything west of there. Yep. But not those bottom 2.
not that one?
Yeah, take those bottom 3 out that you selected. The ones on the east side.
Okay, and sorry, you take this one out?
Take those three. I don't want those three that are stacked like a wedding cake.
Okay, just a second. Just so you know, it's a little hard for me to hear with the audio, so I'm trying to listen to what you say, and I don't always get it.
Is it better now?
That's much better.
Okay.
Okay, is that what you want, or is that not quite what
Yes,
you want?
that's exactly what I wanted. So now we're going to go to the north part of where you're at, and we're just going to start grabbing more of Redford, but I don't want to go past Grand River. Grand River is that diagonal line that comes down.
Sorry, I
All
think
right.
this is part of Detroit, I think.
Is that a separate precinct?
Yeah.
It should be separate, yeah.
Okay, just a second. Okay, so you want it south of Grand River?
Yes, just what you did. That's exactly what I wanted.
Okay.
All right, so now we're going to go to the southern border of 6, where it's bordering Westland. Yep, so right along there. And if you zoom in a little bit, I can probably walk you through it. So those 2 precincts that are currently in Canton on the west there, those 2 blue ones, I want you to put those into 6. And then you can probably see how the Rouge River comes and winds through there. If you go to the right, one more over from where you are, I want to go on the east side of where the Rouge is and grab those precincts and also put those into 6.
Like that?
Yep. Yep. So just keep going easterly from there all the way to the border of Westland, and you're going to grab a little Garden City as part of that too. Okay, so just assign that. Yep.
Okay,
And then if
not these areas here right now.
right. And then I want you to follow that eastern edge that you just created and go down, I believe it's 2 more precincts. Perfect. All right, so now we're going to move to District 2.
Okay, so that leaves District 6 at 12,340 under.
Yep, I'll adjust it later. I'm just trying to get the rough guidelines for here first.
Okay, District 2.
Okay, so District 2, we're going to put Dearborn Heights, Dearborn, Allen Park, and Melvindale all into District 2. All right, and now at the top of the district, you see how Dearborn Heights kind of comes down and has a little jut out there? I want to fill in those precincts and make that line going straight across. Yep, so those precincts right there, that line is Warren, so we're taking things south of Warren.
Okay.
All right, so now we're going to go into Taylor and we're going to grab what's approximately the top half of Taylor. All right, where is that at population wise?
2596 over within 1% on the positive side.
All right, so that's good. So now we're going to go to District 1. We're going to start building that. So we're going to grab Lincoln Park, E-Course, River Rouge.
Okay, hang on. The computer is behind.
Okay.
If you could save, that would be great.
Yep, momentarily. E-course, Lincoln Park and River Rouge.
Yep. All right, and now we're gonna have to switch to precincts, and we're just gonna select all along Detroit, along the Dearborn border, and then we're gonna continue eastward. And I'll tell you where as we get further over there.
Okay, that's along the border on the east side.
Yep, so if you can just continue going easternly.
Okay.
And for me, can you back out a little bit? I want to see where Highland Park is because it will help me to give you a guidepost. Okay, so you see the bottom of Highland Park there. It's just about bisected by a road called John R. Comes out of the bottom of it. So I basically want to take everything west of that line. Yep, there's John R. right there. So
That's this one here.
yep. So just go, I want you to go west of that. Take all that area west of that, put it into one.
Continuing down.
Yep, continuing all the way down to the riverfront.
Okay, I'm just approximately following the line here.
Yep.
Okay, do you want more downtown or connect here first on the northwest?
So finish the rest of that downtown area, and then we're gonna follow the line of 94 a little bit farther east. So yeah, if you just want to follow that line going easternly, we're gonna go over a little bit past Mount Elliott. One more over would be perfect. There you go. Thank you. And then I want you to grab that diagonal precinct just south of Forest. So other way, a little bit farther to the west. Go west and down, down, farther up, further to the west. Or I'm sorry, farther to the east. So there's a right down from where you are. There's a triangle right there. Yes, that triangle. Please select that. Okay. And then continue selecting the precincts underneath there all the way down to the river. Yep. We went a little too far to the east, but that's all right. If we could back off, because I don't want to bring in Belle Isle. Yeah, there you go. All right, and that is good. All right, so now we're gonna go to the western edge. We're gonna continue to go north. Once again, just kind of going north of Dearborn.
Okay, so the north edge of Dearborn? Or do you want to
yes.
fill in this?
You can fill that in. You can bring that roughly parallel with the top part by Highland Park. Following that road there, yes. All right, where are we population wise? So let's see. 56 under. Okay. All right, so we're going to continue going west along the top of Dearborn. And I don't want to go past 96, so let's keep it below there. Okay. Just continue going west along the border of Dearborn.
Do you want to go up to Southfield Highway?
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
we're up
just
to
keep-
Southfield and south of 96.
Yep, so just keep going a little bit more west. That
Okay,
last row of
crossing.
precincts. Yep, right there. I don't want you to go past Evergreen.
Okay, that's Evergreen.
Yep. So what's our population at?
Negative 4570.
Okay,
Do you want
perfect.
another precinct or stop?
Nope, you can stop there.
Okay. And do you
All
want to
right, so
make any
now-
adjustments to this
Nope, we're
area
just-
here?
Yep, we're just gonna leave that right now. So now we're
All
gonna move to District 3.
Speaking, if you guys could just stop speaking over each other, that'd be fantastic. Thank
Sorry,
you.
Bethany. All right, so we're gonna move to District 3, which is gonna grab those remaining areas of Detroit.
Okay, do you
Up to
want
Highland.
Highland Park and Hamtramck or not?
I want Hamtramck. I do not want Highland Park. So Highland Park is gonna kind of be your divider. And you can also select Harper Woods and East Point while you have it on townships, because those are going in here too. So Harper, yep, right there.
And then we're staying within Detroit, connecting these two?
Yes, exactly. Not grabbing anything in the gross points though.
and then connect this section into three.
Yes, please. So if you could just follow the line from Harper Woods going westward, that would be great. We're not going to go all the way over. We're to where Highland Park is, but we're going to get close. So,
Okay, so we're going up to Van Dyke.
yep.
Okay,
So
continue.
Yep, continue going westward. So if you see just above the 8 mile boundary, right where you selected, there's 2 precincts there, right above the line. I want you to put both of those into 3. Thank you. So now that's your end line coming down. So continue carrying it west.
Okay, it looks like the Quinder, maybe. What is this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good. Good. So I'm seeing that it looks like, can you zoom out for a second? I just want to see 12 because I'm surprised that 12 doesn't have Grosse Pointe Shores, all of that in it. So this is okay. This is a different version of the map. I was thinking that's all right. It's all good. We'll keep working.
Well, we had you had me delete 11. Did you ask me to delete 12 as well?
No, I didn't, but I thought this map had the original 12 in it. So if you want to delete 12, it probably makes sense.
So you want 12 to be the original 12 from Linden?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you wanted Harper Woods in 3 though, right?
Yeah, so there was going to be some slight changes to it. Let's finish up the Detroit area first, and then we'll worry about that. So if you can turn the Linden off, I would appreciate it. All
Okay,
right,
and
so we're
then
gonna.
I'll have to assign the water blocks at some point. We can come back and do that.
That's fine. So for District 8, which is going to be back into Detroit, we're going to assign Ferndale and Pleasant Ridge from Oakland County into Detroit.
Ferndale and which?
Pleasant Ridge, which is the rectangle right above it.
Okay.
All right, so everything else that's left in Detroit is gonna go into 8.
Now, do you want me to keep this boundary of 7 or take from 7?
So we're gonna take a little bit, the part that's jutting out on the bottom, we're gonna cut that off and make it parallel with the rest of that line. But everything else will stay in 7.
Okay, so the unassigned portion of Detroit goes into 8, and then Highland Park as well.
Yes.
Okay, that was all of the unassigned portion of Detroit, and then there's Redford Township here.
Yep, so put those 3 districts into 8. Those 3 precincts, sorry.
Okay.
And then that, what's the population? Let's see. Yeah, so we need that small bit from the bottom of 7. I believe it's south of 7 Mile, intersection of Grand River and, oops, moving the map on me. No, not that part. Yes, that area right there, that's kind of hanging lower than everything else.
Okay, looks like needs 11,000 more.
Okay. All right, what am I missing? What is 3 at? So we can take, let's take from the border along 3 and 8. We'll just take a few precincts from 3.
Continue south.
Yes, please. All right, looks good.
Okay, they're both on the low end, but within the range.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move up to 7. And I want you to take that unassigned area that's sitting between 7 and 6 and put it into 7. Okay.
Okay.
We're also going to put Oak Park and Huntington Woods into 7. Those are just to the east. And Royal Oak Township as well.
Okay.
All right, and now we're going to create a District 10, which is going to be Berkeley, Royal Oak, Madison Heights, Hazel Park, all together from Oakland County. That's Birmingham.
Okay, and then this part of Southfield.
That should stay in 7, but I actually want Birmingham to move into 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So if you can just keep moving easterly, you're going to take Clawson, I believe, is there, Madison Heights, Hazel Park. Those are the remaining
Going
areas
into
there.
10.
Yep, going into 10. And then whatever that precinct is that's not currently in 10, just put that in. Okay. So I want you to take everything that's left in Warren and put it into 10.
What are we putting in? The balance of Warren
Yes, the balance of Warren into 10.
and center line?
Yes.
Okay. There's one precinct to Sterling Heights here.
If you can put that into 9, I would appreciate it. And then we're going to grab a little bit of Sterling Heights and pull it into 10 too, just for population.
Okay, 10 is over by a little.
What is it over by?
It's over by 25, 22, about 1%.
Okay, so that's fine. Just leave that. All right. So because 12 is kind of messed up, I'm just gonna stop for right now and I'll pick this up later. So if you could just save it. And I'll just end my turn right now and I'll come back and do the rest of what I need to do on it later.
Okay.
All right.
So
Thank you.
today's date version 2 is the plan.
Okay. Thank you very much, John.
You bet.
There is an unassigned area below District 6. I don't know if that's a mistake or
I was not told to assign that.
Yeah, it's not a mistake. I have to make some adjustments along that entire border.
Gotcha.
So including north of Southfield, we're gonna have to move some things up there. Because what I'm trying to
Yeah.
do with this map is we have all these configurations that have changed 7 and are basically the same. So I'm trying to create 3 Detroit centric districts and keep 7 the way it is for the most part, with the hope that we offer an alternative to Detroit. So that's kind of the plan.
Right. So 3 Detroit Center districts, keeping 7 and 9 mostly the same is what I heard.
Yeah, that's kind of the plan.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Zutella.
Thank you.
And we have Commissioner Curry that's joined us as well. Commissioner Curry.
Yes.
So I want
Hi,
to make sure you're with us. Hello.
I've been with you all day.
All right. Well, next up on the mapping list is Commissioner Villette.
I'm gonna pass.
Next would be Commissioner Wagner.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna pass too, just because I'm nauseated right now.
Okay. Hope you feel better. Commissioner Weiss.
Yes. I guess, John, we have a few maps that are not finished. I'll let you just pick one and bring it up, and then we'll take a look at it and see if we can fill it in.
Okay, we'll look at the list of incomplete maps just a moment.
Sure.
Where y'all going? Yeah, I'm on speaker. What'd you say?
It's my grandfather's birthday today. He died last.
Commissioner Weiss, some of these plans are deliberately incomplete. For example, the one that Commissioner Zutella just worked on, she left that incomplete.
Correct.
But there may be some earlier maps that are just incomplete. So we can look at those if you like.
Yeah, just pick one that maybe wasn't like Commissioner Zutella wants to finish, or something that was done before that wasn't finished. And not
Okay, so
anything particular.
we'll look back at some of the earlier maps just a second.
Sure.
How about that one Commissioner Kellum was working on? Did you guys get the shape file for that? That could be an option because it wasn't completed, correct?
That plan is only missing like 3 or 4 blocks unassigned. You know, it just wasn't wrapped up, but it 99.9%.
Okay.
Okay, so looking we're gonna look at the list of plans just a second here. I'll share that. Okay, one of the earliest ones here is from April 24th, version 3. We might have skipped over that and moved on to something else, but I can open that if you want to look at that.
Here, let's take a look at it.
Sure. Okay, Commissioner Weiss, so we're gonna look at it first, and if you decide you want to edit it, we would move it to today's date. So this is April 24th, version 3. And it looks like there are 4 incomplete districts here, 3, 8, 10, and 11. So traditionally, 10 and 11 would be somewhere here, and then 3 and 8 would be somewhere there. The other districts look like they're in alignment.
Okay, well, let's see if we can do something with this.
So I'll make a copy of it then.
Yes, whatever is easiest for you.
Sure. Okay, so the unassigned area here represents approximately 4 districts.
All right, let's go up to the top there at Sterling Heights. You can probably maybe blow that up a little bit, I guess. What are the populations of those areas, say from Fraser north? Okay.
Okay.
All right, if we take Troy, Utica, and Sterling Heights, put them in
Okay.
one, let's see how many, you can give it whatever number I think we had before.
Yeah, that would be District 10, and then if memory serves, a little piece of Warren or something else would round that out.
Right, that's what I'd like to do, I guess.
And it looks like a little piece of Shelby is not in 24. You'd put that in 10.
How many is in 24, do you know? Let's
It's
put
under
that
by
into,
4,800.
let's put that into 24. That square that up a little bit.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I put it at 10.
Uh, all right, I guess we can leave it there for now. All right, how many we need yet for 10?
10 needs 38,000.
So let's, I guess, as much as I don't want to, let's take part of Warren. let's go down to, what is that, 96 or 696? I can't.
696, yeah.
Well, let's take
Okay,
it
so,
and then work our way down.
okay. Okay, it looks like 20,000 more. So do you want to square this up first or go south first?
Let's go straight down to, what is that, 8 Mile, and see what that looks like. Something different here.
Okay, going down that far gives you some of what you need. You could take one more precinct if you
Yeah,
like,
let's take
or
one more, try to get it closer to 0 if possible.
okay. So that's 3,200. It's 1.2%.
Let's grab a couple more. Do to the right there. Come over to the right.
To the right up here in this
No,
area?
let's keep down lower. Yeah, right at the bottom there. Go to the right side, grab that. Or yeah, that's all right.
This area here.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Okay, that's 1% over.
Okay, let's keep that at that. And then let's go back up to the top there and work our way down. What is that, 11? I think we've been called that before.
Yes.
And then just start filling in until we get our numbers.
Okay, so I'll take Clinton, this portion of Clinton Township next.
Just keep coming down. Probably all the way down to Fraser or whatever, Roosevelt, if we have to take that all in. I'm sure we're gonna have to take most of it. Right, take Fraser,
Okay,
Roseville.
Fraser.
Yeah, go right to the expressway, fill that all in, Warren and that, and we'll see where we're at.
Okay, so you want Warren, this
Yes,
section of
yeah,
Warren.
yeah, just to the expressway. then come straight across to Roseville. Let's grab, yeah, straight
You want
underneath there.
you want
Yes,
the rest of Roseville? Okay.
yes. And then take East Point in there and see what that does.
Okay, well, with the rest of Roseville,
yeah.
it's actually on population.
Okay, so that's good. Then I guess
Without
we'll leave
East
that alone.
Yeah.
Right, let's fill in the rest of it.
Okay, so there should be 2 districts approximately.
Yeah, so if you want to start below 10 and 11, I think maybe that would be the way to go.
Okay, so the balance of Macomb County first.
Yes,
And do you want this to be 3 or 8?
whatever is easiest for you.
Okay, so that's 93,000 in that part of Macomb. So you would go into Detroit at this point?
Um, yeah, let's try going down that way. Go down the right side there. Take in, yes, right in that area. Take that diagonal line. I don't know what that is there. Start filling that in there all the way across. What is that, Van Dyke?
Okay, so yeah, about halfway there, 51% of the
Just
district.
keep coming, going south.
Okay, so go south instead of going on the
Yes.
northern edge. Okay.
Let's do something different here.
Okay, that's at 180,000.
All
Do you
right, go
want
to
to take?
yes, take that area right there in, please.
Okay. Okay, 71,000 more. So continue south or go
Yeah,
west?
let's go south. Do something different. Right along the gross points, then go to the west to get whatever we need. Fill that in, yep.
Okay, so 50,000 more. Do you want to sync
Yep,
up
fill
with
that in
District
right there
1?
all the way across. See what that does for us. All right, let's grab a
Okay,
little bit above
11,000. You want to go up to just
Yeah,
under
let's grab a
Hamtramck?
couple of those precincts there under Hamtramck and see if that we can fill in. Go up the right side there, yes. Okay, that looks like.
Okay, that takes you within half a percentage point.
All right, fill in the rest. That would be District 8.
Yep. And we'll have to we might have to make an adjustment because sometimes it doesn't have the exact amount that you expect.
Right.
Okay, so these are unassigned, and I think this is Royal Oak Township. The actual township is not contiguous, so there's a piece of it over here internal to 7. I don't know if you want to assign that to 7 or just split it.
Put it into
I can-
7, I think, and we'll see. 'Cause
Okay, let me show you what that looks like.
Yeah.
Um, Let me just look at this. Mhm. Yeah, so what it's showing is if I select by precinct, it includes this area here. But if I select by township, it doesn't include that. So it could be an incorporation issue where maybe they've changed the incorporation. So I don't know, you could go either way. You could put this into 7 or you could put it into 8, but not this portion.
Well, put that portion up there. Can you put that into 7? The little area up there?
Yeah, it's in 7 now.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, so
Well, let's put that into 8 then.
okay, we'll see how that goes.
See if that works.
I know, but I'm assigning it by township. Okay, 8 will still need some population.
All right. Okay, zoom out a little so I can see where I need to go. Take a little from 3, or I could take some.
You need about 2%. So
Yeah.
you've got 1, 3, 7, and 6 border on 8.
See if we can take some from 6.
Okay.
And then maybe even some from 3, just to get the numbers a little closer. Um,
Actually, you wanted me to put that last part in 8, is that correct? The
Yeah, we could,
2374.
yeah,
Okay, that'll cut the number a little bit.
sure.
Just a second. Okay, so they need about 10,000, so 1.5 points now. So you were looking at 6 or
Yeah,
3.
maybe we can steal a little from 6. 1 could probably, yeah, it's pretty tight. We might be able to grab a little bit there. Right there, at the bottom of 8 to the left, there's looks like an expressway. Is that part of, yeah, that area right there? Can
Okay.
we, right where the road runs, can we put that back into 8?
like that into 8.
Could we cut it? Make the road be the cutoff between the two, between 1 and 8, the highway or whatever that is?
Okay, just a second. It might end up being too much, but let me see. Okay, so that was a little too much to take out of 1.
Yeah.
You could have 1 take a little bit from 3, or you could take back a little from 8 from what I just did, or in another part.
Just back out the one area a little bit so that we can get that below our number.
Okay, I'm gonna undo those last moves.
Either that, let's look at 3 instead, maybe from 1, because 1's pretty high already. All right.
So you might look at
I just
this
seeing it right
part
there.
of 3.
Right, where you had your arrow I was looking at. See if you can fill in up to, what is that, Van Dyke? Might have to just put that in there. All right, how's that do us?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so we're all good on our numbers then.
Yes.
All right. I guess that's it. Just something drastically different. Probably they won't like it, but that's all right. Want to do something different.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
I wouldn't say it's drastically different, because most of the other districts are the same. The big difference here now is 8 and 3. Because 10 is very close in another map, 11 is very close in another map, but 3 and 8 are both different. The 8 here is Detroit with Hamtramck, Highland Park, and Ferndale, and Royal Oak Township, which I think could make sense. We put Royal Oak Township with Detroit in the house maps and Ferndale with Detroit in the house maps. And 3 is other parts of Detroit going across 8 Mile into Macomb around the East Point, Warren area. But besides that, it looks pretty much the same as some other ones. So it's good to have another Detroit, another option for the city of Detroit.
Yeah, just something a
Thank you,
little
Commissioner
different.
Weiss.
All right, thank you.
Okay. The next commissioner up to map is Commissioner Andrade.
I'm gonna have to pass it this time. Thank you.
All righty, that gives us Commissioner Callahan.
Chair, it looks like we have lost Commissioner Callahan.
Yeah, she had a power outage. She's trying to get back in.
Okay. Commissioner Curry.
I'm gonna pass right now. Come back to me in about 10 minutes.
All right, well, that brings it to me. I'll map. Let's start. So I want to create a new version for Detroit, but before we do that, let's finish up what Commissioner Kellum and Commissioner Muldoon were working on for the past few days now. You said she sent you this shape file and it's almost done.
We have a shape file. We'd have to find the map and then put the shape file on top of that, I guess.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, and then we need to know what the map is. So let's see if we can find it. I think it was version 8 from yesterday. That's Commissioner Cullum's map.
She was the last to map yesterday, so that makes sense.
Okay, so copy it as a new plan for today.
I reviewed that plan with Brittany a little while ago and yesterday, and there's a handful of blocks on the sign. So you could check the plan, and assign them. And it would be completed.
Okay, so this is the plan. 7 is off, 9 is off, and then like I said, there is a shape file I can bring in as an overlay.
Okay, let's do that, but can you also share your screen?
Of course. Okay, so District 7 is over, District 9 is under. And then I received a shapefile from Commissioner Kellum that Ryan adjusted. Okay, so there are a few differences in this area that has to do with water blocks. But
let's start over at 9.
Okay.
So it looks like that area of 7 is being put into 9. Bloomfield Township, to be along with Birmingham, Royal Oak, Madison, the Heights, Ferndale, Oak Park.
Okay, that works for District 9. And District 7, do you want to align it with the shape boundary or leave it as is there?
It looks like there's a little bit more, looks like there might be a precinct in Sterling Heights that should be assigned to 10.
Yes, so go ahead and adjust that.
Please.
Okay, there are some differences here in 1 and 8 and 2 and 6, maybe 4.
All right, let's look at 1 and 8. So it looks like okay, so it looks like this 12 goes past Grosse Point a little bit, or is that Grosse Point Park?
I think you are correct. That's a portion of Detroit going to 12. I don't know if you want to follow this exactly or just leave 12 untouched.
Is 1 all right now in population, and is 8 okay on population?
At the moment, yes.
And 12 is a little under.
Yes. So let's see if there's something missing from 12. Oh, I'm sorry. What we don't have here is we don't have the Linden boundary. It's probably Mount Clemens. Right. So
Okay.
if you put Mount Clemens in, then that would make that up.
Let's leave it for now.
Okay.
You can make that change between 1 and 8, though. No, between 1 and 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did not want to put Mount Clemens.
Yeah, let's leave that for now.
Okay. Okay, then District 12 is -4, needs 11,000. Okay. Okay, so take this from 8 into 1.
Yes.
Okay.
And then let's do that bottom portion to assign that part of Detroit into 12.
Okay.
Then it looks like there are a few flips between 1 and 8 over here along I-94.
Okay, so you want to try to align with the shape file?
Please.
Okay, so it looks like one is approximately the shapefile boundary, and then there's one more precinct here, maybe into 8.
Right, into 8. And there might be a little sliver of a precinct in 6. And then we have 2 to 6. Might want to change the color on one of those. They're just, it looks like one big green district here.
Okay, so moving these into 6.
Yep, let's just follow the shapefile lines. All right, where else are there differences? Looks like 2, 4, and 5. Oh, okay, there's a little triangle. Okay, so that portion of Dearborn Heights is going into 4. And then this portion of Dearborn Heights is going into 2. Right. Okay. All right. So can we zoom out now and see what we're looking at? So it seems like we have a different configuration for a lot of these districts in this map. I'll let Commissioner Kellum speak on it, but just from looking at it, it seems there's a District 1 that's much of the downriver communities up through the riverbed of Detroit into the east side, a District 8 that's more of the northern portions of Detroit, and a District 6 that combines the eastern portions of Detroit with Livonia. It looks like 13 is pretty close to what was in the original Linden map. 3 is changed to have Farmington Hills, along with Southfield, Berkeley, Oak Park, Huntington Woods. Then a District 7 that includes Pontiac, Auburn Hills, up through Sterling Heights. A 10 that includes most of Sterling Heights with Warren and Centerline. A 12 that keeps most of the lakeshore together, but removed that portion of Mount Clemens from it. I think that's about everything. So this one's now complete. Commissioner Zatello?
So I'm just trying to understand, this is a map that Commissioner Cullum worked on at home and is being brought back in?
My understanding is that she was looking at a map from the my districting my districting portal, and this was what she was working on. That's what the shape file is from, I believe.
Right, but so she was working on this at home. That's what I'm just trying to understand. So this is a map that she's kind of worked on at home and is bringing in?
Not entirely sure. So she worked on her, and I think Commissioner Muldoon worked on this together live, and they were working on it yesterday. But I believe they just didn't finish it. So to assist in completing it, they sent in a shape file. Commissioner Muldoon?
Yeah, we started on it yesterday and just we're finishing up a couple of things on from the shape file. So it was actually started yesterday a little bit this morning. I think we did a little bit.
Right. No, it's just about how it's being classified, because I know when Commissioner Lang did the same thing, it had her initials and was designated as an individual map because she had worked on it outside of the collaborative meeting process. And so therefore it had her initials. So I just want to make sure we're being consistent, because if this was something that was worked on at home and sent in as a shape file, I think we should follow the same rule we followed for Commissioner Lang, and it should be classified as, at this point, an individual map.
No, it was worked on in public.
I appreciate that it was worked on at public, but it sounds like it was also worked on at home.
Chair, if I may, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but what you're saying is that the shape file was sent to you after the meeting, and that's what Chair Eid just used to make those changes.
My understanding is the shape file is derived from a map that is on the public portal that was submitted as a map by another individual on the public portal.
So I believe, Commissioner Zatella, the shape file came from outside of a meeting, but my notes indicate that this map was worked on by Commissioner Kellum and Commissioner Muldoon yesterday, and Mr. Morgan made a copy of what we ended with yesterday, and that's what Commissioner Eid worked on today. So I don't think any work on.
Hold on, Megan. This is the interpreter speaking. As long as Commissioner Zahella is unmuted, I cannot hear what you're saying. If you can please mute her, or she can mute herself. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize to the public that probably couldn't hear me well. So my understanding and my notes indicate that Mr. Morgan opened the version that was worked on yesterday in the collaborative process by Commissioner Muldoon and Commissioner Kellum. He made a copy of that, renamed it, and then Commissioner Eid I don't know why I keep wanting to do that. I apologize. Commissioner Eid worked on it from there. my notes don't indicate that any changes would have been made outside of this collaborative process. I think just the shape file came in, and that was what was used to make some of the changes live. I hope that helps.
So it does help. So then Commissioner Ede copied from the shape file that Commissioner Kellum worked on at home, which her shape file is derived from some public comment. Do we know what that public comment is and what the source of that is? Has that been identified?
I believe that can be identified, yes. I'll need a moment to confer. Yeah, I just wanted, this had been worked on for a couple days now, so I just wanted it to be finished. We can get that, and I'm sure Commissioner Kellum can speak on it tomorrow.
Right. It's more just, I'm just pointing out the inconsistency that particularly Commissioner Kellum has been quite critical of people working on maps at home and bringing them in any way, shape, or form. And she wanted, I'm sorry.
Start blocks.
I apologize. I'm going to go someplace quieter. So she's particularly been critical of that. And so I just want to make sure that we're being consistent. Again, if we're bringing in shape files that people have worked on from the outside and brought them in and then copying them onto a map, you know, it should be designated. If we're bringing in a file from.
Sorry, this is the interpreter speaking again. This is impossible for us to provide access right now. There's too many overlapping voices. I mean, honestly.
Can you guys hear me better now?
That is better.
Coming from the accommodation providers, yes, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to move someplace else. Yeah, so like I said, it's just an issue of consistency that, you know, as I said, particularly Commissioner Kellum has been very critical of people working on maps outside and bringing them in, as it always insisted when that happens, that it's an individual map. Even when someone else then makes changes to that. So again, I'm just pointing out the inconsistency, and particularly if this was copied from a shapefile that someone submitted, I'd like to know what that comment is so that we can all look at it, evaluate the source, and then make conclusions based on that if we wanted to do that. So I just think that should be disclosed. We're supposed to be open and transparent. So if that's where it's coming from, shouldn't be a secret. Let's keep it open and transparent.
Thank you, Commissioner Sotelo. Okay. Now let's try something a little different. So can you open up Mr. Fink?
Thank you. I was just gonna say, if that map was completed, and I understand there'll be some additional discussion of the map tomorrow, hopefully when Commissioner Kellum is there to provide some additional information about the parent, just clarification as to the shape file and what work may have been done outside of the collaborative setting. But I don't know if partisan fairness was run on that map or not. You may want to do that. So you have a complete record, regardless of how the map itself is ultimately characterized when it's presented.
Yeah, we can run partisan fairness on it. Do you want to boot that up real quick?
Okay.
Thank you for the comments, Mr. Fink.
Okay, these are the top line numbers for this plan. For today's date version 4, the lopsided margins are 3.8 for Republican. The mean median is 0.3 for Democrat. The efficiency gap is 0.8 for Democrat. And the seats vote ratio is 22 Democrat to 16 Republican with a proportionality bias of 5.0 for the Democrats.
Wait, could you go back to the mean median and efficiency gap?
The mean median is 0.3 for Democrats.
Isn't that a positive number?
0.3 is a positive number.
So 0.3 for Republicans or Democrats?
Democrats. So typically in the,
Oh, yes. Okay. Yep. Thanks.
yeah, so typically in the political science, they will have the Democrats as positive numbers. And then the efficiency gap is 0.8 for the Democrats.
Thank you. Confused myself for a second, folks. Okay, let's open up one of the collaborative maps we've worked on already. Let's do version 6 from yesterday.
Okay, you want to open it or do you want to open it and edit it? Like copy it?
You can open and make a copy of it.
Okay. Okay, and then give it a new number for today.
Yeah, what are we on number 3 or?
I think we're on 5.
5. All right. Making progress, folks. And I'm going to start with this just because I think the areas outside of Detroit are in a lot of the maps so far. So I don't want to mess with those too much, but let's delete 1, 3, and 8. And 2 and 6. As well as 7. All right, that gives us some area to work on around Detroit. Can you overlay the Motown Sound house map on top of this? So how I kind of look at this is we have the Motown Sound map. Those districts are about 90,000. We have these Senate districts, and you can fit almost 3 House districts into a Senate district. So what I'd just like to try is see if we can combine a few of the Motown Sound districts to create Senate districts and see how it looks. Now, it's not going to look, we're not going to be able to get exactly what Motown Sound had because of the geographical configurations that are here, and because we have slightly different district areas that we're working with. But I think we can get an approximation and then work from there. So, John, I'm probably gonna need your help. Also gonna need the help of the rest of my fellow commissioners on how we want to look at some of these. The first area that looks to me that could be combined is those districts that are a part of Oak Park, Ferndale, and Detroit. So there, you see where Oak Park is and Ferndale? Right. Those two. Let's start a district. I guess it would be District 3. It'd be either District 3 or District 6 by what we've been doing so far.
Or it could be 8.
Or it could be 8. Let's make it 3 for now. We can always reassign after more of this comes into play.
So you want Oak Park, Ferndale.
Oak Park, Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge, Royal Oak Township. Along with the areas of Detroit that are included in the House districts. What did you call this the other day? I think you called it nesting.
That's right. They would, in some states, the House districts nest into the Senate districts. For example, in Wisconsin, you would have 33 Senate districts and 99 Assembly districts. So 3 Assembly districts per Senate district.
So let's keep going and just keep following those district lines, assigning them to 3.
Okay, that follows those 2 House districts.
So then let's add that one that's southwest of it as well. I believe that's House District 4.
This one here?
Yep.
Or this one here?
The first one.
Okay. Okay, that's a little over because it's not quite 3.
Right, it's a little over, but that's fine for now. We can always, I said it wouldn't be exact, and we can always mess around with it later. Now let's go south into Dearborn Heights. And what do we have there? So it looks like, oh, those 3 right there could be one. So Dearborn Heights, along with what we had as House District 2.
Okay. So I did not take part of Southgate here.
That's fine. We're using large brushes right now. All right, zoom out. What else can we combine? So it looks like we have let's stick with around Detroit. Well, it looks like there are 3 districts right there. So that'd be the House District 1, 7, and 9.
Do you want to put Wyandotte with 4 or do something else?
You can put it in 1 for now.
Okay. Okay, so that's most of those districts. It's already over by a bit.
Right, I see that.
Because the House district didn't include Wyandotte. for
Yeah,
example.
we'll figure it out. Let's keep moving forward. Do you see that big area that goes from Detroit into Warren? Let's make that a new district along with the areas north of it. Basically all the other unassigned areas here. See what that gets us. So you're pretty much taking in most of all of House District 11, most of House District 12, and a little bit of House District 14.
Okay, do you want Hazel Park?
Yes. All right, I see green numbers. It's usually a good sign. I know it's not completely in compliance, but it's close. Okay, let's zoom out. Where else do we have?
You have two more districts, and this is the unassigned area.
All right, well, let's make one that has, it looks like it'll be a Royal Oak Southfield looking district. So this is most of what we did for House District 6 that included Royal Oak, Berkeley, Huntington Woods, some of the areas that we heard earlier today that identify as a COI, along with some of districts 16 and 17 from the House map. Not all of them, but it's an approximation.
Okay, so that's the Oakland portion. that
Right,
was
so let's
outside.
add Redford and the remaining portions of Detroit here. Let's start with the remaining portions of Detroit. Because I know we want to keep Livonia whole. It's been that way in a lot of the maps we've done so far. It looks like we can combine that with Redford if we need more population on that side. Okay, that's cool for now. And now let's assign the rest into District 6. That'll be Livonia, Redford, Garden City, and what is left above Plymouth. Actually, this looks so Mickey, yeah, this looks pretty close to some of the District 6 that we've drawn in some of the other maps. And it kind of approximates House Districts 22, 16, and 17 from the Motown Sound map.
Okay, so there you have it. So you're 15% under in District 6, you're over in 8 and 3 and 1.
Okay, so now let's turn off the overlay. I gotta say, preliminary, but that so far went better than I thought it would. I thought it'd be a whole lot harder just to get all of those districts in at all. So we're under on, we're over on 1. We're under on 6. Is that the biggest deviation so far? Between one
Under
and
is 15, over in 1, 3, and 8. So you have to
1,
push
3, and 8.
population from 1, 3, and 8 towards 6.
Okay, how would you best recommend doing that? Starting with 8 and working our way westward into
I would
6?
just complete 6 because you're pretty sure you know where you want to go with 6. It's going to go into Detroit, right? Or do you not want it to go into Detroit? In which
It
case, you're
can
gonna-
go into Detroit. Let's bring it eastward into Detroit, see how it looks.
Okay. Your other option would be, to go into 5 and then 5 would push into 2, or to go north into 13 and then that would circle back into Oakland.
Yeah, so we didn't really mess with 4 and 5 much compared to the base of this, which is what we had in a lot of the other districts. So if we don't have to do that, I don't want to, just to keep the collaborative spirit of those districts in here.
Okay, so focus on 6. So you would take from 7 initially.
Okay. And since we're in Detroit, it might be easier if we turn on the neighborhood layer. With all of these layers and overlays, it feels like we're coloring in the lines in a coloring book almost. It's virtually. I think we ran into this issue yesterday with Rouge Park and Outer Drive. Are those because they're green and this district is green? Are those included in 6 or right now or? Okay, you can include that area of far west Detroit in there too. Just a second. Yeah, that's a good idea. Or you could change the color of 6 or 2 would help.
Okay, so your 6 is within population as that.
Okay.
And now 7 is under by that same amount. So you could go into Detroit more, or you could take your Oak Park stuff that you wanted in 3.
What are we thinking, commissioners? I do like how this includes this District 3 here includes those areas where we crossed over on the house map. It's those same areas. So my logic is, and this might be too simple of a thing to say, but if it was good enough for the house map, it might be good enough for the Senate map. Or we can use that area that you're hovering over now and go that way. I think I like that a little better, but that doesn't affect 7.
Well, it will. You take this portion into 6, and then you free up some of 6 to go back into 7. So 7 will be closer to what you just had.
That's perfect. But let's follow the neighborhoods when we do that. Seems like we took a lot out of 6 there. Did we need to take that much out?
I mean, out of 3. Yeah, that'll balance a little bit. It'll put 7 back to about where it was. So now 7 is close to where you want it, and 6 is close. So you
Okay,
just
I see. So 6 is good. Now we got to worry about 7 and 3. So 3 is under. 7 is under.
Yeah, so 7, you either take one of these up here or something like that.
Where are we over then? at this point? Because we have all these areas that are
You're over an 8 and 1.
8 and 1. Okay.
So 6 over, so 7 over plus 4 over is 11, and you're 12 under and 3. So that balances. So you just
Okay,
need
so we're gonna
adjust
put
7.
a little bit of 6 into 7, and then a little bit of 1 into 6, and then a little bit of that in 8. Let's just do that. Let's start with those neighborhoods that are right around the border of 3 and 7 currently.
Okay, so do you
6,
want
3, and 7.
Yeah, you want to take like Greenfield into 7 potentially.
That whole strip of neighborhoods, Greenfield, College Park, same
Okay.
areas.
Okay, so that's into 7. So 7's on the money at that, and then you can take some off of 6 if you want to into 3.
And put it back into 3 like how it was originally.
Yeah,
So
like
let's do
Schoolcraft.
that. Schoolcraft, Southfield, Plymouth. Let's go down so we don't have to go quite as eastward on 6. We can include that whole strip of neighborhoods into 3.
That'll probably be too much, but let's do that and then you can back it up. Sorry, we want that to go into 3.
So we did a little too much there.
Yes, you have the option of going Brightmore or going on the southern end here into 6, something like that. Or
Yeah.
Schoolcraft.
I'd say Brightmore. Okay, making progress.
All
So
right,
now
now just adjust 7 a little up here maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And then do you want to align these to the neighborhood boundaries down here?
You can take that part of Warrendale that you're hovering over right now and put it into 6, but just those 6 to 9 blocks.
Okay, and then for 7, you would go take this neighborhood potentially.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Okay, 6 is good, 7 is good. 1, 3, and 8.
So in the circumstance, your outer boundaries of 3 and 8 are what you want to keep. So you can ignore those and then focus on where 3, 8, and 1 intersect. And then you've got Hamtramck and Highland Park you want to keep in 1.
Yeah, I see that. Can you turn on the neighborhoods, please?
So 3 needs to take population. So you potentially would take here from 8 or this portion of 1 because you don't want to take Highland Park.
Right. I was actually thinking of doing both of those. So let's first do Nolan down to Cadillac Heights. And then on the other end, I don't want to go into Midwest because when we're making the house districts, Midwest was a pretty good divider that folks said for that District 1. But those neighborhoods right in that area that you're hovering over can go to 3.
Sorry, you'll need more than this.
Okay, let's take those 2 that are right below it, Goldberg and Elijah McCoy. That one part of Woodbridge, can you put back in 1? Okay, 1's good. 3 needs a little more, and 8 is still a little over. So let's go between 3 and 8.
So if you like your neighborhood or your dividing lines, you do have the option of taking from 7 or 8. Well, 8 for sure, but also you have a little in 7 you could take if you wanted to.
3 touches 8 though, right? Somewhere.
Yeah, so you need a little more into 3. So you
Yeah,
could
well
go-
let's clean up 1. These areas of 1, Buffalo Charles Airport Sub, that includes that APIA community of interest.
Okay, and you
So
want
let's
that
add
to go
those
into
into
8.
1.
This goes into 1. Okay. So you're still looking at 1 and 3. And also, I don't know if you want to look at cleaning up neighborhood boundaries between 1 and 8 in this area or not. Yeah, so you see airport sub, put the rest of that into 1, and those areas east that are jutting into some of those more eastward districts, put those into 8. All right, and 1 is still okay there. Do you want to put Morningside into 8? Yeah, okay. Okay, I see all green, but I see minus 4.55 somewhere. Yes, District 3. So 3 needs a little more. Where can we take from, John? 7 is an option. You could take one of these neighborhoods back in 7. You also have 8 up here or 1 down here. Let's do one neighborhood in 7. Let's do Cary St. Mary's. So that was a little too much from 7. Shall we undo that? Yeah, let's undo it. Let's instead try Grandmont and Westward Park. Not that much.
Okay, and now 7 is a little low.
Sorry, let's undo some of that
Yeah.
from 7. You also have 4. That's in a different area.
Can you zoom out momentarily?
Okay, do you want me to finish this or?
Yeah, finish those two, but just those two neighborhoods, Westwood Park and Grandma.
Okay.
And then we'll stop there for today. I'll finish it up when we start back up tomorrow. But let's zoom out so I can talk a little bit about it as well. We're almost there. Okay, so what I wanted to do was present a different configuration for Detroit, but I wanted to use the Motown sound map as a base. And that worked out pretty okay. We were able to combine a few of the districts in Motown Sound to create a District 1, a District 3, and a District 8. And then we used the remainder to create District 7 and 6. District 2 was also a combination of what was in Motown Sound. So I'll take a look at it tonight and finish up these small population deviations when we start back up. Now, it's obviously a start. We have areas, that area of 1 might look a little funky, but my hope is that other commissioners take this and edit these areas between 1, 3, and 8 in a way that makes sense for a Senate configuration, or the public take a look and edit it as well. Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
You're welcome.
That concludes our mapping session for today. There is an executive director's report. Without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Woods to provide his report. Is there any objection, commissioners? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. I'm going to share my screen so we can take a look at how much time we have for mapping, how much time we have for mapping, so we can all be on the same schedule in terms of what we are doing. Let me get it up there. Can you see that clearly now? Wonderful. So Thursday, May 9th, as a part of the public hearing, we want to be able to send the completed map that are already in the system for partisan fairness and VRA analysis. So whatever is completed by tomorrow, we want to be able to submit for partisan fairness and VRA analysis. On Tuesday, we have the regular meeting in terms of maps, draft maps, Wednesday, draft maps, but we also at 3:00 p.m., we would like to set a date for the additional completed maps. So whatever's done between after Thursday, May 9th until May 15th at 3:00 p.m., we want those completed maps. And then we also need the individual maps so that they can provide a report for us, they being both our VRA analysis as well as our partisan fairness on May 16th. But we would like them to do that in the morning between 10 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. so that the commission can make any adjustments that it deems after that time. They can do so on the 20th, as well as the 21st in terms of their deliberations. So if there's any questions, I can take them.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
when will we be, I understand we're gonna submit, but we're not going to see the analysis for all of them until May 16th.
Thursday, May 16th, right?
Gotcha.
Both of the all the consultants are available. I've been reaching out to them today, and there's no issues with May 16th. On May 20th, our partisan fairness consultants is not available, and our VRA analysis is only available on May 20th from 10 to 1.
And
But
then
both of them are available on Tuesday for standby.
And then we'll make changes to them and deliberate on the 20th and 21st and submit them to the court on the 22nd.
That is correct.
And then after that, just long term, we'll then take what we have submitted to the courts, however many that is, and take those to our second round of public hearings.
That is correct. So what we will do for our Monday meeting, for our meeting on Tuesday, the 14th, we'll put forth the deliberation update, which is similar to the House, but we'll change it with regards to the Senate for the commission to vote.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, I just wanted to point out one minor thing. Before we submit for the VRA, we probably want to do those final checks for discontiguities and unassigned areas. It's a minor thing, but it's a process that we have done previously before submitting to VRA.
Okay, we'll do that.
We will need to make this a motion. That's my recommendation, but we need it to be a motion supported by the commission, then voted, please.
Commissioner Lett.
Do I understand that once we send the map, whatever maps we choose to send for VRA analysis and partisan fairness, that we won't be making any changes to those?
No, sir. They will bring that back to you and you can make any changes you want.
All right, then I would make a motion, we adopt the schedule you have put forth.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett and a second by Commissioner Orton. We'll now open discussion on the matter. Mr. Fink, I see your hand.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a point there. The question posed by Commissioner Lett was what we won't make any changes, and Director Wood said that you can make any changes you want. That'll be, of course, narrowly tailored changes in response to whatever feedback you get from VRA and public comment. So following the same procedure that you followed with the House remedial redraw. So thanks. Go ahead.
Right, but that would be after the second round of public hearings. This is the first round. And so in the first round,
right.
So I just want to make sure we're here for the May one that we're talking about.
Right.
What's happening.
Right. But these are narrowly tailored modifications in response to whatever the VRA, because this is, unless I'm misunderstanding, these will be sent off for VRA review, and you will get VRA feedback provided by the VRA team. And then, like with the House redraw, you'll make any narrowly tailored tweaks in response to that feedback to the extent that the commission deems it appropriate. And then I understand that this is all before you would then send the maps out to submit the maps to the court and send them out for public hearing. And then any additional changes after the public hearings that the commission deems appropriate would then be done after that. So yes, we're in agreement. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Is there any more debate on the motion? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt this schedule that Executive Director Woods has presented, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Is there any opposed? The ayes have it.
Just so you know, we're still in the draft mapping session phase of what we're doing now. At the present time, it's scheduled to end tomorrow based on what we voted. We also voted that the individual maps are due Wednesday, just so we're repeating what just transpired, which will be May 8th at 3:00. I shared with you the partisan fairness VRA analysis is Thursday, May 16th. But what I didn't address is, are you comfortable with the schedule, or do you think you need additional mapping time?
Well, it looks like we'll have the 20th, 21st, and 22nd to
The
make.
22nd, there's no scheduled meeting.
What about the 17th? If we have to add a day, then the 17th seems like the only day we could add.
After tomorrow, we only meet Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. And then the maps are due the 22nd of May, and the only dates we have scheduled is May 20th and May 21st. So why don't I just share this screen so that everybody can see we have available. So we have May 9th, May 14th, May 15th, May 16th, 20th, and 21st. So I just want to make sure we have enough time, because if we do not, we will need to work with our contractors to see if they're available, as well as the Michigan Department of State.
Any thoughts? Commissioner Orton?
I think we can probably do it. It's good to know the schedule so we know what time we're working with. I think we can do it.
I think we can do it too. But it is hard to know right now until we get that VRA analysis on the 16th. But how things are going now, I think we can do it. Commissioner Nolet.
The 14, 15, 16 draw maps, we're doing that Zoom?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Orton.
I see that on May 20th and especially May 21st, we aren't using all the hours. I suppose we could try to add on the 21st if we need to.
We could. On
And-
any of those dates, you could add.
Okay.
But I was just saying we would need to give notice.
Right.
And so that's why I'm bringing this to the commission now.
I like that idea. Why don't we add times on the 20th and 21st? I'll just make those full day meetings. And if we don't need the time, we don't need the time and we can adjourn. But if we do need the time, we'll use it.
Okay, so when you say full day, you're saying right now on May 20th, we have 10 to 1 and 5 to 7:30. Are you saying 10 to 5? And then we would obviously take a lunch break at 12:30 to 1:30?
Yeah, I'd say 10 to 5 both days with some breaks in between.
Somebody would need to make a motion. I work for you.
Commissioner Orton.
I think maybe we could also schedule May 21st to go longer and, end early if we need to, but at least we know we would have people available. So I will make a motion that we add in those times that we just discussed. Is that sufficient?
I guess for clarity, you're saying 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on May 20th and May 21st.
Yes.
I'll second that motion. There is a motion by Commissioner Orton, seconded by myself, to edit the schedule, to amend the schedule, to have the May 20th and May 21st sessions last from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Chair, I do have a question. Would you then be doing away with the May 20th from 5 to 7:30 p.m. session that is scheduled?
How the motion was worded, we would. Was that the intent? Okay. Yes. Any other discussion? All right, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Mr. Chair, I just want to remind everybody that we'll be at Wayne State University tomorrow at the Student Center in Ballroom C. We do have parking. We do have parking in Structure 5 with regards to those who are coming to the public hearing. So please make sure to notify the registration desk when you arrive with regards to parking in Structure 5 so that you can have complimentary parking. Want you to, for those that if it might rain, to bring an umbrella tomorrow, but we're looking forward to having as many people as possible to show up and speak up at Wayne State University in terms of telling the commission how to draw the maps and specifically to include your community of interest. So just want to make sure the public is aware of this opportunity taking place tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. at the Wayne State University Student Center, Ballroom C. Thank you so much. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Executive Director Woods. Department of State, did we do that vote correctly? Was there an original motion by Commissioner Lett first, or was the original motion by Commissioner Orton?
There was a motion to adopt the mapping schedule presented by Commissioner Lett, supported by Commissioner Orton, and then there was a motion to amend the mapping schedule so that May 20th and May 21st are now scheduled from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m.
Okay, so that motion, that amendment got adopted, but we still have to adopt the main motion.
That is not correct because you already voted on the initial motion. So this was the secondary motion.
Okay, so we're good? Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any acknowledgements? Or actually, announcements are first. Are there any announcements? How about acknowledgements? I'll give a shout out to the Pearls Event Center for having us here. It's been a very nice time, nice building. We appreciate y'all. I'd also like to give a shout out to our AV crew for making this meeting happen. They can't see you, but give yourselves a wave. There we go. They're smiling. That's good. And I also like to acknowledge EDS, everyone helping, including Ryan in the back.
I have a question.
Commissioner Curry.
Yes. Whoever is giving us the Zoom schedule, can they make sure that I get mine in the morning? Because I usually have to call and hunt somebody down to give me to put me in for Zoom.
Yes, Commissioner Curry, we'll make that happen.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss, did you have something?
No, I just wanted to tell you Commissioner Curry had her hand up. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Are there any more acknowledgements? Seeing none, that makes the items on the agenda complete, and the commission has no further business for today. A motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Muldoon to adjourn. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we will vote. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned at 6:53 p.m.